Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Spring Grand Final in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam! And I'm Yuso, will be your MC today. After more than 2 months of non-stop competition in the knockout stage, we have selected 12 outstanding teams to compete in the final stage of the tournament. Right now, survival legends are here in Vietnam to continue their victorious fate in the point rush stage. I believe that all of my beloved viewers must be feeling just as excited as usual at this moment. Eager to meet our 12 competitors on Rush Point's first day. The representatives from Indonesia, Evo's Divine, Onyx Olympus, Indo Stars, and RRQ Kazoo. Malaysia, let me hear your scream. Team Expand! 5 teams from Thailand will compete today. Attack all around! Reverse Red! Team Falcons! Stalwart Esports! And Buildup United Esports! Lastly, the following 2 Vietnamese teams, Esports! And you have been waiting for, WAJ! Teams will need to break through during this time to gain extra points in order to advance to the final day on May 26th, which is when the winner of the season championship trophy will be determined. The time has come. Together, everyone, are you ready? Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Point Rush Stage Day 1 is now started. Let the game begin!
The fire is here. They who dream about the greatness. They were challenged to be here. All the eyewitness, the final battle. They come. They see. They conquer. Let's the burn begin. Break through the fire. Create an immortal. A champion will be born here. This, where we fight. Fall. Victory. Your fire, your honor.
Six weeks, 108 booyahs later, here we are, baby! The final week of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024 tournament. My name is AJ, I'm the mustache down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are going to be your casters throughout the whole week. We've got 3 days, and of course, before we get to the grandest of grand finals on Sunday, 2 days of point rush first, Mr. Neptune.
Oh yeah, we're real excited on how this is going to work out because some of the teams might be popping off this time around. It is a reset, and this is where they will get those head start points as an advantage to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, during the knockout stages, they had multiple opportunities to make mistakes. On the day of the grand finals, no more mistakes, sir. 1 day, 6 maps, only 6 games. How many booyahs can you claim for yourselves? Will you be the new Buriram United Esports, where you snatch away 5, maybe even 6 booyahs? Could this be the stage where Buriram actually finally keeps their promise of a 6 booyah day? Could we see one of the other Thai teams step up to the occasion? Or can we maybe perhaps see the Vietnamese squads, P Esports and WAG, step it up with their home ground advantage and snatch it away from everybody else as the underdogs of the tournament? So many things can happen, but like I said, before we go there, we need to see who picks up the bonus points. Can any team, first of all, get 16 out of the 2 days of point rush?
Oh, that is quite a challenge indeed. And going back to Buriram United, hopefully they don't forget that they are playing 6 matches, 6 maps for 1 day. Otherwise, they might end up with 5 maps on the Booyah if that is the case. But let's take a look at the tournament timeline that we have. What happened so far? This is what it is. On your calendar, 6 weeks of knockout stages. And that is just a lot. Mind-blowing how everything has changed so far from day number 1 up until the last day of knockout stage. And that is just the preparation for the team, as well as the 2 days that we have for the point rush, AJ.
And I love it. I love it. I have been complaining about this for a long time. You see, the previous editions of competitions of this stage in the world of Free Fire, we only had 1 week of play, probably just point rush as well as grand finals. That's going to be the best case scenario. But now at a stage like this, teams actually get to prepare against each other. They get to get a taste of the furiousness that the other squads bring onto the battlefield, not once, not twice, but through 72 games. And after those 72 matches played, the top 12 has been chosen to move on into the final week. And this is what they're playing for. Of course, on the right-hand side of the screen, 13 to 18, those number of spots have been taken, 3,000 USD each. They've gotten it already. But in the final week, we want to see who takes the lion's share of this prize pool. 100,000 US dollars awaits the champions.
And definitely everyone would be wanting that top place, the championship place, because as you go down, it will go down drastically. And the same goes with the point system that we have all throughout. It has changed, and it will not be changing, especially on the on the grand finals rather, as well as on the point rush, because it will still be the 12 on the Booyah, and it goes down drastically on the second up until the 10th, and 11 and 12 gets 0.
Every single elimination does earn you 1 point, and with the new meta, looking for those eliminations very early on seems to be the trend. Now, through all of the journey that we take in Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals, if we do end up on a tiebreaker for any one of the spots, we'll look at the number of Booyahs first to determine exactly who takes the higher rank, followed by the total eliminations, and finally by survival ranks if the first 2 fail. And this way, we should definitely be able to know exactly who your champion or who is the higher ranked squad. Because of the limited number of matches that we have, the probability of these tiebreaker situations are definitely there.
Oh yeah, indeed. I mean, that would be a great deal as well for the final tiebreaker, especially for the teams that we have right now. Yes, they have their order from the knockout stage, but everything will be taken out or thrown out the window as they will be starting from 0, especially on the start of Point Rush. Starting off for the Thailand teams, we have Buriram United Esports, Team Falcon, Stalwart Esports, Attack All Around, and as well as those who are moving in with Stalwart Esports and Evos Divine from Indonesia, together with in those starts.
So points will be picked up as per the usual norm. You hit the booyah, the eliminations. You guys know the jazz. 6 games we play today. But then we look at the final ranking of the day. And the team that takes the number 1 spot, the points get reset and they claim a bonus of 8 points that they get to start the grand finals with. And of course, so on and so forth for that second all the way down till the 10th spot. 11 and 12 gets nothing. This is like playing for placement points, but they are slightly more stingier when it comes to point rush. And the exact same thing is done tomorrow as well for the total bonus, the total head start points that these teams get to accumulate before starting our grand finals. And if you are not Buriram, you want to back those 16 points because you know those guys can hit hard on just one day of play. And speaking of one day of play, here are the teams that get to play all 3 days, top 12. And of course, we start things off with WAG, the representatives from Vietnam in week 5. They definitely made this possible for themselves. They made a mad dash, picking up a total of 140 points. And that's what pushed them into the top 12. And they have not left ever since. And they want to rip it all away today in their home ground.
Yeah, and we are also seeing, of course, the Kings, the Predators of knockout stages. We have Buriram United all throughout. Even their worst week would be second place, and that is how tough this team is. And as we look at the other teams where they're just on and off on the battlefield, so hopefully they can get their momentum overall, especially for the remaining 3 days that we have, 2-point rush and the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, massive number of Thai squads up there in the battlefield, and that will only mean the other regions just need to deal with heavy firepower. That's what Thailand is absolutely popular for in the world of Free Fire. Their mechanical capability to dance circles around you and pick up those eliminations are going to be a problem for teams like Esports that represent Vietnam. Let's take a look at their average stats. 5.5 on the eliminations, damage of 3,605, as well as a 6.4 average on the assist. Esports might not be the strongest team out there, but there's one thing for sure, this team has got the fight in them. When push came to shove, week 6, we saw the best of the best out of this squad, picking up 166 points from the 2 days of play.
Yeah, and we have Don't Cry as the player to be featured coming from Esports on a headshot, not top that high compared to the other teams currently on the 32nd with 1.3. But in terms of elimination, he has done so much. But what we love about Esports and the rest of the teams out here is the team effort that we have, or that we are seeing all throughout. Same goes for Expand right now. They are hot and cold in terms of battlefield for knockout stages. The only question is, will they maintain that momentum all throughout this 3 days?
Expand sits 2 ranks above Esports, and they're not too far away in terms of performance. When you want to talk about consistency, this is a team that just does not bring it to the battlefield. But on days where they are hitting those high notes, you can watch out for them, especially this guy here, the Perpetrator, Crime MKS, with a 1.5 average headshots, 1.4 on the eliminations. He can bring the best, and most of the time being the one and only reason why this team survives in towards those final few circles.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Crime has been one of that guy who's always in the distance, trying to keep an eye on the teammates as well as the enemy. But when head-to-head against Don't Cry, seems like Don't Cry has the highest stats indeed in terms of elimination, quite equal on the assist, and on the headshot, it's more towards Crime because of how well he positioned himself in the battlefield.
Absolutely, man. Of course, these two teams are unfortunately going to be one of the smaller fishes in the top 12 teams. As we compare their stats, they're not going to be too flashy, but when they go up against each other on the battlefield, you should be able to see some sort of a equal fight between the two. Yes, Expand does take a slight lead on each and every single one of these segments, except the assist, but it's not by too much.
It's not by too much, and this is how close the competition is in terms of the knockout stages, especially from the second half of the top 12. But in a bit, we're going to see a few more of the teams being featured, and this can give us a little bit of summary on how things went out when it comes to the battle. And we are looking at Stalwart Esports right now, and this is Stalwart Esports, though they didn't really score high compared to the other teams from the knockout stage, but they were able to maintain their spot in the top 5 to complete the Thailand team roster.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Average 7.9 eliminations and 7.7 on the assist with Dew and Cypher, their top eliminators. We have to highlight their sniper Dew, right? 159 eliminations thus far in the competition with a massive 136,000 damage. Yes, you heard me right. 136,000 damage. This guy with his long scopes constantly just looking for players, tagging them up. Iris with the extra markers on them. Susie in the ranks as well to get them the extra money. Stalwart always knows their way around the battlefield, even through the vending machine or those gunfights. But one team that can match up to them in certain circumstances would be EVOS Divine with the 6.8 average eliminations as well as the 6.6 average assists. They sit, unfortunately, 2 ranks below Stalwart, and unlike the difference between PE Esports and as well as Expand, EVOS Divine are quite far away in terms of points, more than 100 points behind the team of Stalwart.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we are talking about, the consistency that they have, and that is what Stalwart Esports has to offer in this battle. But EVOS Divine really showed up in the cases wherein they are getting the booyahs in those matches. So as we go in onto the head-to-head, it's still gearing towards a do for Stalwart Esports with 2.2 on elimination and averaging 1.9 would be Ray. The same goes with assists as well as headshots. So do right now, whether it's long range, short range, or mid range, he always hit those shots, and that is why Stalwart Esports is so deadly.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a quick comparison between the two teams here. And as you can see, like I said, a lot of points between them. To be specific, a little bit of correction, 97 points between them through 72 games played at the knockout stage. And you can see where those points come from, mainly through those eliminations. And 7.9 versus a 6.8. It might just be that one digit in difference, but it does accumulate over multiple games played. And we also have to take a look at the total number of booyahs enjoyed by these two teams. Stalwart sits at 13 booyahs, whereas EVOS Divine is just at 7. They are quite far apart in terms of capability of finding that final circle and putting the final bullet in the coffin. But of course, on the final week, you never know what could possess the Indonesians. And one of the main things they have to look out for is bringing the right combination of active-passive skills as well as the pets.
Yeah, I mean, we often see Tatsuya in play, and the Rebel Rush has been used in more ways than one. Whether to go for an entry rush or a rapid exit, that is everything that Tatsuya has to offer. But the disabler like A124 as well as Homer always in carried by the teams right now, so that in case they are on the close range engagement, they will be able to stop them from their heels.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a look at the passive skills as well, with the stacks of defense that comes through. Awaken Andrew being spammed by teams out there. He definitely has become the favorite. 4,382 times used thus far through the 108 games we have witnessed throughout the knockout stage. Nairi coming in close second, as obviously his Ice Iron provides you the defense that you require out there on the battlefield. The durability of your defenses are up. On top of that, you also get some extra health when Nairi's Ice Iron gets tagged. Susie, on the other hand, the mother of all fortunes, like you always say, Neptune, always willing to share a few extra coins with the players just so that they can abuse that vending machine. But the fact of the matter is, everybody has the pocket shop. Everybody has the capability of finding these coins and using those vending machines. The only problem is who's lucky enough to get there first.
Oh, definitely. I mean, luck is involved as well as the dynamics of Battle Royale. But let's check out the top 3 pets used right now. Always, Arvin Scans providing more advantage in the information gameplay department. And then once you have the Beaston, it helps you to set up all those nades and glue walls from far away. And of course, with the Trekkie to spot players who's trying to get away and healing from the battle. So the combination of these 3 really will provide so much benefit and advantage in the battlefield. That is why they have been used all around these games.
Information is king. And of course, the range on your nade throws, the queen. Beasted definitely will be abused out there. We know the Trogon has been a champion when it comes to the weapon in terms of play out there on the battlefield. Beaston, with his capability to extend the range of those throw balls, just makes it a little bit more difficult to deal with some of those lethals. But it's not just about the active and passive skills. It's not just about the pets. It's about whether or not luck is on your side when you go out on your looting phase. Can you find the right gun? Can you pick up the Trogon? Can you get a Woodpecker in your hand? These are the meta guns thus far. Yes, the Bison did get a slight nerf, but it hasn't made a slight difference. It's still one of the best high rate of fire SMGs in the game.
And we might see a few of the weapons coming up on the top 3 for each match, and that is dependent on how the engagement goes in from the early parts of the game. You did mention it on how luck is involved on what you will be getting in the early parts of the matches, and that is how everything is changed. But towards the end or midway or halfway through the battle, all 3 of this are most likely getting all those elimination in these matches, and I don't think it would be changing because so far they've done so much in the battlefield in terms of elimination, and they can do more.
Oh, they most definitely can do more, right? It's all about the teams that have got the best within their pockets and their bag, and obviously within their noggins as well, because you need those IQ plays to navigate around the 5 maps of doom that we've got prepared for you in the game of Free Fire. We start things off in the OG map, Bermuda, heading on into Purgatory for match number 2. Alpine, Kalahari, as well as next Terra will complete games 3, 4, and 5. And for the final match, for game number 6, we bring in the randomizer and bring you right back to one of these 5 maps. And that will make a huge difference as to who manages to dominate the end of the day, who manages to dominate the grand finals as well. Because we definitely see a very clear pattern in terms of favorites when it comes to maps.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so much of Alpine from the knockout stages compared to the other maps, but going into Bermuda right now, here are your top 3 teams, and these numbers are coming in from the knockout stages.
Oh, yeah.
With Reverse Red, 3 Booyahs, and they beat Buildup United in this map in terms of elimination, and that is what Reverse Red has to offer. They might have Reverse Red, but they bring the red to the battlefield.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And what they are looking forward to doing is reversing out all of the dominance that Buriram has ever held on this map. They want to take it away for themselves. Yes, they have managed to do in the overall dominance, but can they also outdo the team of Buriram when it comes to the number of Booyahs, because they have very quickly caught up. Attack all around is going to be a pain as well. Either way, however you look at it, Thailand is going to be the favorites at Bermuda. It's going to be an uphill battle, an uphill task for all of these other teams to get into that final circle in the first place, and secondly, to, of course, to dismantle these Titans.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, the Titans have shown their faces, their ways all throughout the knockout stages, and this is where everything will matter. How they approach the point rush will be detrimental to how they will be going into grand finals. Not only are they getting those point advantages, but they need to at least hide some strats so that when it comes to that last day, D-Day, indeed, no one will be able to read their tactics compared to what we see in the knockout stage.
Absolutely. Point rush, for some people, they may be a little bit skeptical. They may be wondering, what can a few points of difference what can a few points make in terms of difference for the final day of play? a lot, right? Because you never
Yep.
know what sort of a tiebreaker situation you may end up in. And secondly, you never know exactly what the rotation, what the drop spots, what those change in terms of strategy is going to be for the other squads. But you now have 12 games, 12 free games to do your research, 12 free games to try out anything cheeky that you do want to experiment out there before you get into the final examination. That's going to be on Sunday, the grand final. 6 maps. We'll call it all. 6 maps will decide who the kings of Southeast Asia truly is.
Dude, I mean, we're just in the first day of this week, and I'm really looking forward to how it's going to be on the grand finals. And this is just, I would say, an appetizer on how that is going to happen. Again, we go back to the point rush and the advantage point, the head start point that they will be getting. It might not be that much, but all the information that they have for these 2 days would be very, very crucial, would benefit the teams who really can make those adjustments, who can adapt on the fly, as well as really do their homework, so that come that day 3 for this week, they will be able to apply all that. Even the knowledge from the mistakes that they've done on knockout stages will be all gone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this tournament is not just a standalone on its own, it's also a seeding tournament into the Esports World Cup that's coming up very soon. And the top 8 teams on Sunday will be seeded into the Esports World Cup. And I believe it's rumored to have about $1 million USD prize pool. It's just a rumor. I don't know. I've got no confirmations, but that's a lot of money to play for. So obviously, many things for the teams to target. If you can't be the champions, if you can't be the kings of Free Fire Southeast Asia, you still have a consolation that's not too bad.
Well, definitely it won't be too bad. Hopefully the rumors are close to what the truth is, but rumors are just like jokes, right? It's most often half men, half women.
You know, I'm really curious as to which team is going to show off today, because we've got teams that are planning to run a couple of experiments on their own. Maybe they want to test their power against some of the other squads. And yeah, I'm definitely looking at teams like RRQ that never endingly take these hot drops against so many of the other squads. The Indonesians just love to do that. Of course, I kind of have to leave Indostars and EVOS Divine out of the equation sometimes when it comes to risky plays like that. RRQ is the hot-headed ones. EVOS Divine as well as Indostars, they usually stay silent until the final circle. But will that be the case for Bermuda as we head on in to game number 1? Neptune, I'm excited, bro. Final week, best match.
Let's go, and let's see what Lady Luck has in store for us in terms of flight path. Though we've seen some terrible, but not that much. Let's see if they will give us that rough start for the team to start off this day in the point rush as we head over to Bermuda. The flight begins, and the battle will start.
Let's head on in. And Miss Flight Path, what do you have for us today? My mama! Flight Path's not having a good day. Flight Path just wants to take a dig at everyone out there. Free Fire World Series Point Rush Day 1. Match 1 is starting off with some chaos, and I am not going to have this any other way. I love it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this will start off the engagement at some point. But the thing is, this is where we find out who has the exit strategy as well as the survivability in terms of this battle. Apart from those who are really aggressive and starting the battle with all of those elimination. But as you can see, Gary has been taken down, and Kiba is trying his best to go for the pickup. Now, here comes Reverse Red. The Slayer of the knockout stage has been slain.
This is insane! Reverse Red eliminated so early on, and it looks like Expand might just follow suit. Team Falcons doing a number on them. The trade is there. Crime MKS gets the quick knock, but no money to buy anybody back, even though the pocket market's gonna be a thing. Man's gotta look for some coins, but unfortunately, he's gonna be hunted down by 4 players at the very same time. and they are at the very edge of the map. All thanks to this insane flight path. Running away from Team Falcons might lead Crime directly into the hands of WAG. Either way, this could just be the end for Expand.
Oh, it looks like it. I mean, it's a total reverse from what we've seen earlier. Onyx Olympus, the team who really struggled in the knockout stage, just managed to take down Reverse Red. And this time, we have a Falcon Cosq chasing down Crime MKS. And there you go. In 11th spot, Expand has been taken out.
Yeah, that's really just too bad, all right? That's just really too bad because the flight path was cranky, bro. I have no idea who gave the pilot all of those instructions, but those instructions were off. Indostars manages to find one off of Stalwart. Duke, the sharpshooter, long-range engager, out of the equation already, but that does not mean Stalwart's gonna just bow and take a loss on this one. Without Duke, they still should be able to second round, but they do have the cash, unlike Expand, to buy their player right back in here to stay alive. Indostars not going to be aggressive pushing out of their compound. They've got one to decently hold on to, so they're going to be sticking to where they are for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, that is why as Susie has been featured as well, because that helps you a little bit in terms of getting a few more of those coins for the revive. But let's see if that would work for the other teams, especially for those who opted to move away from the usual engagement that we've seen in the early parts of the battle. Now, Coach Hill has been spotted from both sides. Not only is Stalwart Esports here, but also PE Esports from afar. And there goes Wang Han taking down Caramel, as well as Coach Hill. And there goes PE Esports. This is what we'll love to see from them.
Oh, PE Esports just nicking away these eliminations. Indostars not going to be faced by that. Liam brings in the two eliminated players right back into play. Don't cry. Very aggressive chase up against Stalwart Esports. LBT backing him up as well. Reversal here with those bullets. Don't cry absorbs a couple of damage. It's not going to make him stop just yet, as he tries to put a stop to Stalwart Esports. You had been bought back earlier already. No idea where he dropped on in. A backstab could just be possible depending on the position taken by Dew, but narrow! Mad! He drops the portal go. Straight in for the rush. Stop, get stacked. Cypher backing him up, but that is not going to do him any favors whatsoever. And PE Sports, home ground advantage. The confidence just helping them pop off.
It is a good sight that we didn't see the Dew drop in together with the rest of the team. But as we can see right now, even Dew has been taken down by Liam of Indostars, and Caramel has been revived as well. So there's still chance for this team. And let's see on how will they work with this. RRQ, though, on the other hand, they are being passive, just going in onto the edge, not really showing up that much because they know how to win games. Is not the early engagement, or not just the early engagement, but also finding your way in the final circle.
Smart play by Caramel, dropping into a compound that had quite a number of coins for him to pick up. So easy double revival to return the favor of Dew earlier, bringing the squad back in. You have to catch up with Stalwart in a little bit. In the meantime, RRQ, the hot droppers, the serial hot droppers, have not hot dropped, nor have they been hot dropped. So that's a shocker, because this was the game where you should be taking those hot drops or being forced into those unfortunate situations. The WAV sent out by the Indonesians. Information gameplay at its very best. WAG potentially scanned out here, and RRQ knows exactly what to anticipate. But no, as I say, WAG scanned out. They just avoided the radius of that UAV, and PE Sports was scanned out. WAG is taking the fight straight up to RRQ. This is once again an insane play. Vietnam's going for a back-to-back. But Dolphin, can you hang on, sir?
Well, let's see on how they can take a hold of the situation. And as we can see, WAG right now going for the rush. Ma'al blocks himself with that glue wall and stuns Dolphin on his approach. And this is just time for him to back off a little bit. But he has been spotted by Dude Snow, and the rest of the team needs to back him up.
This is such a risky play. And Razor just popping everyone with the Drogon. Double grenade on the drop. And Dolphin very quickly eliminated. WAG says, okay, thank you, bro. Thank you for the introduction. We do not want to get to know you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. They rotate away from RRQ. Once they lose Dolphin, the setup was just a tad bit off there. Vending machine as they rotate. It's straight for a player of Stalwart. I believe he's been spotted out already, but we'll have to catch up with them in a bit.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, that is just Stalwart Esports trying to recover from the damage that they've dealt, or that have dealt on them earlier on. But Onyx Olympus, battle's not yet over. They meet up with Indo Stars right now. Let's see if they can add a few more of the points under the 4 that they have. Kiba goes down though, but here comes Jack trying to back him up. But a glue wall from 18 Deer might save his life, and Kiba will be revived. But Jack has been taken down. Gary will try to go in for the rush. Quick decision needs to be made right now. Is it a getaway or just go for the elimination?
Yeah, it's a civil war that Onyx Olympus seems to be losing, but Jack has been revived already, so that's the insurance policy at the very least for Onyx Olympus as Gary gets dropped as well. Gardu has nowhere else to run. Surrounded by 4 players on the side of Indostars, Gardu gets taken down as well. And Jack, the final survivor, he just got brought back, but I don't think Onyx Olympus is going to be surviving for much longer. As Coach Shield is eliminated. Indostars, the elimination leaders. Team Falcons all sticking together as they do manage to catch a couple of players from the side of attack all around. One did manage to get away.
Yeah, one got away and still hiding out. Let's see if he can survive against 3 players of Team Falcons. But the battle's not yet over. Here comes the rest of the teams, but they need to move as well. We are only dealing with phase 2 of the circle. They need to make a move so that they will not be gate-kept. And as you can see, Keroro will be taken down and eliminated. And Team Falcons managed to revive one more, and they are a complete squad with 8 elimination.
From Plantation, they are rotating in slowly but surely. Straight up into Katulistiwa. This is Team Falcons, who are not too concerned about Circle 2, but Circle 3 is just going to hurt a little bit more. That is going to force them to rotate, sending out the UAV first for the preliminary information before they do rotate into Katulistiwa. Stalwart on the other hand. Unsuspecting visitors. Wasana tries, but Dew manages to get away. Abandons the car as well. AWM in hand. Dew being targeted, but Moshi losing 2 of those shots back to back. Does not manage to put a quick stop to him. Wasana with the crossfire. Get high manages to pop a couple of those grenades and takes down one player from the side of Stalwart. Wasana runs straight on in, but there's a portal goal that leads him to a compound where he finds 3 players of Stalwart all on the upper floor. The revival is needed here for Stalwart, but Get High once again finds the tag. Wasana follows up. Stalwart, one more survivor in this house.
One more, and let's see if he can get away. But Stalwart Esports not in a good spot right now, and I love to see the grenade launcher being used right now, UAV being released to get more information. But as you can see on the feed, Onyx Olympus has just brought back the rest of the team. Yes, they might have been in trouble, but they started this off well, and they don't want to stop it right now. Speaking of stop, we are seeing stop right now, trying to chill and swim, but Indostar says, no, we're going to take you down.
Yeah, Indostar said, no, we're going to stop you from swimming away, and we're going to stop your team from getting those revives. So, Stop's in a lot of trouble. They'll have to check in with him in a little bit. And surprising, because Jack, who was on the revive earlier, was flying over the players of Buriram. Nobody had the intention to shoot him down. And obviously, the distraction by Stalwart Esports has kept them a tad bit busy, allowing Onyx Olympus for a full team revival. Onyx Olympus dead in the last spot to qualify for the final week of play. 77 points behind WAG. You can call them the weakest team currently in this lobby.
Yeah, let's see if they can put in a little bit of buff to that name as well as to their plays right now. And as you can see, we still have 10 teams managed to survive even with the final members. Same goes for Stop, and we'll try to bring them back. But is there enough time for them to do so? We are now on the 3rd phase, and it is closing in. Stalwart Esports are finally being taken down, and P Esports right now battling the team that took them down.
Yeah, no surprise there with the elimination of Stalwart, but this is a surprising knock here onto Wang An. Buriram down at the bottom. Grenades most definitely needed here from the side of P Esports. And Buriram will be able to get out of a pickle because P Esports just do not have enough lethals on them to make the lives of the Buriram players a little bit more difficult. Once again, this is a rematch. Team Falcons up against attack all around. Poon got Karoro camping inside the house. Peter goes in for the hunt, and one does get dropped. Karoro, unfortunately, in a tight little spot. Coscu traded out. Karoro won't be picked up by Poon God. Very quick moves coming through from attack all around as Jump God drops Coscu on fire, backs away. An attack all around. They get to recamp here. Unfortunately, it's just way too chaotic in a tight little space, and the team of Team Falcons, they back away first.
Yeah, they need to back away. They're losing players and losing lives, and that is payback from attack all around, especially with what happened earlier. But let's see if one more can add a few more. And is it attempting to go in for the vending machine, but it's a little bit risky right now. It is getting hot right here because of the blue. And though they managed to bring one, I think Peter will not survive that much as he's being chased. Coscu comes back right here. Let's see if he can salvage their place right on this game.
Yeah, they overstayed their welcome. And don't cry, says please go back to the lobby and cry. Team Falcons eliminated PE Sports with a high ground advantage. Just managed to snipe him out of the air. I guess that is a good play from PE Sports. The circle hunts them down as well. 8 more seconds for the blue to move. And PE Sports are not going to give up their spot just yet. Buriram United Esports just keeping an eye on them as they sneak away into a tight little hiding spot. Nobody behind Buriram to pressure them, so the Kings could just walk away with the first booyah of the day.
Let's see if they can make that do. So far, elimination-wise, doesn't have so much yet. But as you can see, PE Sport, they started off hot. They still have that high ground. And Evo's Divine is not even getting a few just yet. But they have a few more chances, 25 to be exact. And that is the number of soldiers, survivors that they need to be taken out before they grab that booyah.
Ray just needs to be careful with that RGS 50. The last thing you want to do is clip the wall and knock yourself down, giving the advantage to your opponents. Gardu in a sticky spot. He hops on in, but unfortunately, he's going to get stuck between two teams. So we'll have to catch up with him, see his fate in a little bit. Evo's Divine, on the other hand, being pressured by the circle. Indo Stars right inside, awaiting their brothers. This civil war continues on between these two teams.
Doesn't look good for Evo's Divine right now. Day has been taken down, and Indo Stars is just guarding the fort all throughout. They've stayed in there before. This blue has closed in, and they might be able to maintain that because they're very, very close. Only one player from RRQ Caso in between them and the next phase. And attack all around has been eliminated. We are now dealing with only 7 teams in this match, and RRQ has started off with elimination 3.
7 teams in this match. 3 Indonesian squads right in front of us, and Buriram gonna be caught in between all 3 of them. Only problem is, you have no idea who is who, so you're just gonna have to shoot at everyone, and that's gonna be the saving grace for Buriram United Esports. Indostar says we are gonna look for the defensive spot in the next circle. They rotate away, only to be caught by RRQ, trying to be the wall between them and the next safe zone. Buriram right behind them. Indostars in a tough little spot. All those glue wall melters, courtesy of both RRQ and Buriram, now putting Indostars in a tough little spot. Coach Hill gonna get tagged up by yet another glue wall melter. All of his defenses are down. Liam tagged up as he tries to rotate away. One player from the side of Indostars. Good knock. Raise the final player, and Indostars. Unbelievable play up against RRQ.
And that is thanks to Raz, who just rushed in there, not really minding how many of RRQ is standing guard. And the rest of the teams is just following through with how he led, and they were able to take down the entire squad. Now let's see if that can be done by Buriram United. We've seen that before, and they are starting it off in the middle of everyone else. They might be meeting Onyx Olympus first because they have shown their potential in getting elimination, but PE Sports are the ones who bring them down.
Oh yeah, man, look at this, baby. Home ground advantage. WAG and PE Sports. On the flip side of things, Buriram United Esports try to provide enough bullets to accompany WAG to take down PE Sports. PE in a tough little corner now. And Indostars not pressuring the Kings of Booyah at all from Thailand. Coach Shield takes a pot shot. Everybody gunning down PE, who loses one player. Both the Vietnam squads down by 1. The numbers don't look great for Vietnam to walk away with the Booyah at Bermuda.
Yeah, WAG has also one of the players knocked down, but the pickup has been done. And 3-on-3 from Vietnam right now, reducing their chances of getting that booyah. Let's see if that can be stopped, especially if WAG can stop the approach coming from Indo Stars on the right-hand side. But Lim, so tough, just crouching in there, waiting for them to show up, as well as a weapon that he has right now can penetrate all those blue walls. No reason to move at this point.
The durability of PE Sports, absolutely admirable. They were pelted with all of those glue wall melters moments ago, those grenades as well, but managing to pick up their players, stay alive. And WAG instead became the prey. And now LBT, an unfortunate Tatsuya dash right outside of the circle. Funa! With a sliver of L drops LBT. And Wasana get high. Everybody just wipes the floor with the PE Sports players. But only one elimination here. Two managed to back away before those knocks came through. Lim on the ground as Get High continues to pick up all of the numbers as they walk through the other teams.
I love the positioning being taken by Bermuda United right now. They are not going in solo in all those engagement. Even up close and personal, they have backup indeed. Only one remains from PE Sports. And there goes the first booyah of the day. We have Bermuda United, still the predator and leaving the prey behind.
The Kings of Booyah have done it again, baby. Day one of Point Rush, match number 1. And they walk away with the very first Booyah available. They are the Kings of Booyah because from 72 games, 25 Booyahs belonged to them. And that's just an insane rate. 1 out of 3 games, this team walks away with the Booyah. But that's not their best stat as of now. They have taken 2 days where they've swept up 5 Booyahs on each of those days. And that is just an unthinkable force to be reckoned with out there on the battlefield, which clearly none of the other teams have found the perfect solution to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this team really didn't go down that easily in this battle. And Buriram United, I mean, 50% of the time from knockout stages, as you mentioned, has been the top 3 placement, or top 3 placement has been taken by Buriram United. So 50% of this, or more than 50% out of the 7-2 matches. No surprise that they can do it even in the point rush. It feels like it's just a walk in the park for this team.
You are absolutely right, man. And I love the stat that you pulled up there, right? Because 58% of the time they are in the top 3. If they're not walking away with a booyah, you're still going to have them take massive number of points away. And that's how they ended up the knockout stage after 72 games, 303 points with the lead over the team in second place. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is something that most teams cannot even achieve over 2 days of play. In fact, I've run the numbers. No team has managed to pick up a total of 303 points within a week, which is nothing short of ridiculous, right? 1 whole week of play, and you still won't be able to catch up with the Kings of Booyah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we can say that the 2 days back-to-back of 5 booyahs from knockout stage is something that boosted them. But if we look at the other days, they are still topping it. So it's not just luck. They just secured their place on that number 1 spot from the knockout stages. And it just shows, even after a few days or a whole week of rest, starting off on the stage, it doesn't matter. Buriram United will still be getting that booyah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Their weakest week was a week where they walked away with 188 points with 2 booyahs in the bag. I mean, if that is your weakest week, then, dude, you're definitely a tough team to beat. The team is led by their frontman, Wasana, not the captain of the squad, but just the absolute annihilator, the absolute eliminator, followed by Funa. The fun fact here is, if we take a flashback to 11 months ago, where we had the Free Fire SEA Invitational, it was the team up between some of the other squads that really put pressure on a team that is now known as Buriram United Esports. Back when they were EVOS Phoenix, they did not become the champions of the Free Fire SEA Invitational. In fact, the champion was E Arena, and there was one guy who was within E Arena. His name was Funa, he got snatched away. He got added into the squad. And of course, there was another guy in Magic Esports. Magic Esports was the runner-up of FFSI, and he got absorbed into the squad. What's his name? Wasana. So you've got two titans from last year's exact same stage now playing in the team of Buriram United Esports. Yeah, this team's definitely going for the championship.
Oh, indeed. I mean, that story alone really shows us why this team is so stacked overall. And it's a good way. It's a good way to build a super team. And for the Buriram United themselves, what they're showing right now in this FFWS Southeast Asia is just to make sure that they will be known, and like everything else that has been done for them will be paid back.
And of course, if Buriram... I can't say by some miracle, because it's very highly probable that they become the champions unless some other miracle happens for the other teams and Buriram does not become your champion. But if that does happen, Funa's going to be your two-time Southeast Asian champion for the world of Free Fire, which is just absolute insanity. And the guy definitely deserves it, right? I mean, so much of effort put in throughout the whole knockout stage. And we saw the hunger in this player. A couple of times, of course, he was the reason why the team faltered. But we see exactly why they take so much of risk out there on the battlefield. Funa, with the 220 eliminations, definitely plays his part for the squad of Buriram. But you know, one of the other things that makes Buriram so dangerous is they know when to engage. They know when to be cheeky, but they most definitely know how to play it safe. And this game was a very, very safe game for Buriram.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first time that we saw them, it's around halfway through the match, and they don't have any eliminations just yet. But I love how they're placing themselves in that tight corner, in that final circle. And like what I mentioned, all throughout while the battle's happening, they don't go out alone. As much as possible, they have backup. They know how they can defend themselves while they're going in battling the other team. So that's just Buriram United for you. And that's just game number one for day one.
And props to three teams specifically, PE Sports, WAG, and Onyx Olympus. These three teams were dead at the bottom of the overall leaderboard from our knockout stages to qualify into the final week. And we saw these three teams in that final circle. This makes me very excited. This shows me that we cannot count the underdogs of the competition. Although, I mean, they were miles apart from Buriram. That matters no more, because all that they have learned through the elongated knockout stage can be used here in the final week, and clearly they're making good use of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're using what they've learned and what they thought all throughout the knockout stages. But in a bit, we're going to see and hear from what Buriram United has to say as we go in for the interview. And I'm just wondering who will be on the stage. So let's get to it.
Chào mừng các bạn đã đến với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu, và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Buriram United Esports Wasana. Thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Hello Wasana. So, can you say hello to the audience, please? ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมบุรีรัมย์วาสนาครับเป็นชาร์เจอร์ครับ
Hello guys, I'm Buriram Wasana. I'm play charger. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Buriram Wasana. Vậy thì với câu hỏi đầu tiên rằng là mình có một thắc mắc một chút là không biết là trải nghiệm của Wasana cũng như là Buriram đã có ở Việt Nam là như thế nào vậy ạ? Các bạn có vui và có tận hưởng đất nước của chúng mình không? So I was wondering, you guys have been staying in our city for a few days now. So what is your feeling and do you like our city?
ตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่เวียดนามมาเกือบ1 อาทิตย์แล้ว ตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงกับเวียดนามบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับก็อาหารอร่อยดี
I feel good because Vietnamese food is good.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy rất là vui bởi vì bạn ấy rất thích đồ ăn của Việt Nam và rất là hợp vị với bạn. Thực sự rất là vui khi nghe được điều đấy. Vậy thì không biết là Wasana đã học được một từ tiếng Việt nào chưa nhỉ? Và không biết là có thể nói với các bạn khán giả Việt Nam vài từ được chứ nhỉ? I'm wondering, does Wasana learn any Vietnamese word? If he did, can you say something to the Vietnamese viewers, please?
เขาอยากรู้ว่าเรารู้คำศัพท์เวียดนามอะไรบ้างไหม ถ้ารู้พูดหน่อย
สินยาว
โอ้ Yeah, only that word, xin chào.
That is really good actually, thực sự. Tất cả các bạn tuyển thủ đến đây đều đã học được rất là nhiều từ, bởi vì các bạn cũng biết rằng là tuyển thủ Việt Nam rất là thân thiện, cho nên là cũng đã đi giao lưu rất là nhiều, cũng như là chỉ dạy cho các bạn ngôn ngữ của chúng ta. Đến với câu hỏi thứ 3 thì bạn đang bị nhắm bởi rất là nhiều đội tuyển, thì mình có cảm giác gì hay không, hay là đơn giản là bạn cũng chỉ thấy đó là một việc rất là bình thường, bởi vì bạn đang biết rằng là Buildup đang ở đâu ở trong bảng xếp hạng. Being targeted by so many teams, do you feel anything nervous or just simply don't care at all?
คือตอนเนี้ยทีมบุรีรัมย์อะเป็นเป้าหมายของหลาย ๆ ทีมบ้างเขาเป็นหลาย ๆ ทีมมากเขาอยากรู้ว่าเรามีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกดดันไม่สนใจหรือยังไง
ก็ไม่ได้สนใจใครอยู่แล้วครับ ก็เล่นตามแผนของพวกผมครับ
I don't care any teams I just following my plan that coach plan for us.
Really good. Bọn mình thực sự là không quan tâm đến bất kỳ một vấn đề hay là bất kỳ một đội tuyển nào khác cả. Chúng mình đã lên một kế hoạch cũng như là có chiến lược để chơi làm sao đạt được thứ hạng cao nhất, và đó là điều chúng mình quan tâm nhất, cũng như là giành lấy chức vô địch ở trong giải đấu lần này. Vậy thì đối với những đội tuyển mà ngày hôm nay là đã nhắm vào bạn rất là nhiều, thì bạn có lời nào bạn muốn gửi đến cho họ, hay là có một cái lời nào muốn gửi đến một đội tuyển nhất định không ạ? During the first match, you guys have been targeted in a lot, right? A lot of teams has fight into Buildup, so you have any words want to send to a specific team?
ในเกมที่ผ่านมาเมื่อกี้ค่ะมีหลายทีมที่แบบพยายามจะเอาทีมเรา แต่ว่าก็เอาไม่ลงมีคำพูดอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ไม่มีครับ แต่พวกผมโหดครับ
I don't have but we are quite aggressive.
Chúng mình không có, nhưng tất nhiên là chúng mình cũng sẽ không có nhường nếu như các bạn cứ lớn tới đến chúng mình như thế. Thực sự là một màn phỏng vấn rất là tự tin của Vasana, cũng như là với Buildup United Esports với chức danh là những nhà vua của Buia. Cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn này nha, và chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với bàn caster để bắt đầu những trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Thank you so much for following our interview. Then let's head back to the caster and start our next match.
There you have it, the interview from Buildup United for the first Booyah of the day. And I love how, I guess that can be rephrased though, how he answered if he doesn't care about the other teams who's targeting them. I guess he doesn't mind the other teams targeting them. They are just focused on what they have to do, and it is showing that they're doing what they need to do, and that is to grab that Booyah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody's going to be targeting them because they are so far ahead that the other teams just do not have a choice. The only team that they can all see is Buildup United Esports leading the charge. Everybody's going to go for them. But Buildup's just going to be playing their best of best aggressive games. And this first game at Bermuda clearly shows that not all matches need that usual Buildup aggression, right? The aggression was shown, but only in that final circle where they were going up against 4 teams clear-cut. And this is a team that knows how to hang back, wait for that opportune moment, and look for the exact target that they need to eliminate before they can wipe the whole battlefield out. So they had the numbers, they brought out that aggression, and my oh my, when they do get that aggressive side out, very few teams are able to contest them for any of those spots.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that is one thing that we can give props to Buildup United, and I couldn't agree more with what you mentioned as well. Most of the time, midway through the match, that's where they pop off, they get elimination, but we saw as well that PE Sports is giving them that pressure. So that is a possible reason as well why they didn't do at that point, and it slowed down their progress as well as the elimination on the early parts or the mid part of the game. But we have to get high right here with that grenade launcher. He was able to get so much more elimination, and total would be 4 with a damage of 2852 with 6 headshots and 7 knockdowns.
Yeah, with the A124, with the capability to disable his opponents, with the beast then to allow him to lob those grenades even further, with the grenade launcher itself to bring those lethals raining down on his opponents' heads. There is just nothing that the opponents can do to stop this guy from getting exactly what he wants. But in fact, as a matter of fact, the intention was never to get the eliminations. The intention was just to disable the opponents and bring their life down to a decent enough count where a couple of bullets from the rest of his team members can get the job done. So obviously, he was just lucking out when it comes to those numbers, right? This is not a guy that looks for the eliminations. His main objective is for the area of effect that he is able to bring out there with all of his ice grenades as well as those frag grenades as well. But if he can walk away with the eliminations, he's going to be like, all right, thank you very much, sir. It's a bonus for me. I'm going to take it. Definitely a well-deserved MVP. We saw how aggressive all of those stances were with the grenade launcher. And clearly, we're going to see more of this.
Oh yeah, more indeed, and let's see on what else can be offered by the team. And I'm just quite surprised and happy as well that we're seeing grenade launcher being used, because overall we did feature the top 3 weapons being used in the competition, especially in knockout stage. But grenade launcher has been a meta from way too long, and it is being brought in by Get High right now. But other than every effect that can be brought in by all the characters, all the skills that you can have, this is a good and viable weapon to really start off most of the engagement.
AA124, the combination of the Iris and Tatsuya. It seems like Buriram United Esports have found the perfect concoction for themselves to just dominate their opponents, right? You've got 3 very high elimination capable players on your side, as well as Moshi, who's just supposed to be that long-range backup, but he's one of your heavy hitters as well. As a matter of fact, he has about 66 more eliminations than Get High himself, which is nothing short than insane, right? Let's take a look at the total number of eliminations here. A total of 12, plus the 12 that they walk away with the Booyah means 24 points for Buriram as we start day 1 of Point Rush.
Yeah, I guess with this type of elimination, there's a few more teams that can have more. And as you can see in the leader, Indo Stars, Cold Chill is leading the pack with 6 elimination, and also Ras will be in there. So just from coming from them, that's 11 already. And a few more coming from the rest of the teams. They might have it more on the elimination department, but unfortunately, they have been taken out a little bit too early and not unable to get that booyah. We have Funa right here with 5, and Don't Cry with 5 as well. And of course, we have Get High that has been featured earlier, but I love how it's showing up right now on the elimination leader, showing who really is making those play in that battlefield.
I mean, Indo Stars getting into that final circle, walking away with the 3rd spot overall in placement points definitely was due to Kochil's defensive maneuvers, right? All of those glue walls that this guy provided so that they could have a safe little rotation in towards that final circle to just take the corner of the safe zone and remain hidden for long enough to walk away with those placement points, and also potentially the first place if they have enough eliminations. I didn't manage to count exactly how many, but they were definitely way more than 10. So there's a potential here that because of Kochil, they managed to overtake Buriram, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, it's a little bit higher compared to Buriram United. But as we can see, this is what the team has to offer. It might have changed order, but from the start of the day, we are still seeing Bison, Trogon, and the Woodpecker in play.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, when we head on into Purgatory, I expect to see more of that Woodpecker. Kalahari, you expect to see that Woodpecker a lot as well. The long-range engagements are going to be key for a lot of these teams out there to find not the team eliminations, but just find those extra few points and manage to dismantle certain squads, put them in a exploitable situation in numbers before going in for that final finisher. The Woodpecker is just absolutely perfect for that. So it's soon going to take the number 1 spot back. But seeing the Bison in the number 1 spot is truly refreshing. We've missed this gun. Yes, it's always in the top 3, but very rarely do we see it as the main gun that has been getting all of these eliminations in the recent times.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is because of the situation that it seems has been brought in. Every time that they're quite far apart, the Woodpecker would be most viable, but most of the engagement that we've seen is just up close and personal. And speaking of close and personal, it's very close between Buriram United as well as Indo Stars for the elimination that they have taken, but they have been beaten in terms of placement point because of the Booyah.
But this is what excites me. Home ground advantage, baby.
Yeah.
PE Sports. And this was the team that definitely hustled in the final week of play, making it to the third spot. I mean, second placement overall with the 9 points that they walk away. But of course, they kind of slack in the eliminations department. No thanks to Indostars. Indostars only managed to get up to 14 because they were taking pot shots at PE Sports when WAG as well as Buriram was focusing on PE as well. So a little bit of luck there for the side of the Indonesians, but still for PE to hang in here, top 3 overall with 22 points in total, shows us the fight that Vietnam has within themselves.
Yeah, I think PE Sports, if they have known that Buriram United is a team that they're targeting when they were on that higher ground, they could have taken them out, really put in a lot of effort. And you did point out that they don't have so much of throwables on them, so that is one thing that they need to work on to the next matches. But speaking of which, I mean, the next map right now is Purgatory, and we've seen that in all the maps that Buriram United has played, this is their weakest. But when I say weakest, this is where they have a few more less points compared to the other maps, but they still top the charts overall.
Okay, some people are going to be confused by what you just said, Neptune. So I'm going to reiterate that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right. If you compare the performance of Buriram on all 5 maps, this is their weakest performing map. But when you look at the overall leaderboard for all of the other teams, how they have performed on Purgatory, Buriram is at the very top with the most number of points picked. And that is the most insane stat I have ever come across, where your weakest map and still nobody is better than you on your weakest map. How insane is that?
Exactly. I mean, it just so happened that all throughout each map that they played, there is like a few that they can get a lot of points, and a few like Purgatory that they don't have that much compared to the others. But overall, in essence, they know how to grab that booyah. They know how to grab all those elimination. Maybe a few of the teams can do it better in terms of elimination in this map, but placement overall, they're still topping it. Remember, we talked about like how they are 58% on the top 3 percentage. Purgatory is part of that computation.
I cannot disagree with you there. But, you know, one other problem here for the other teams is you've got 3 very proficient Thai squads that are going to be playing in Purgatory. That's Buriram, Attack All Around, as well as Stalwart. These 3 teams surely know their way around the map. As you can see, Team Falcons are here. They do not have the same number of booyahs as Attack All Around as well as Stalwart, which is 3 each to their name. They only have that 1 booyah. You can see, even without that booyah, they still are second in the overall grand scheme of things with the total number of points picked up at Purgatory. The Thai teams really love this map.
They do love the map. I know. I mean, they have taken the knockout stage as top 5. So, not quite sure if they're loving the map or they are
They're
just
that good.
It's just that is for Thailand. So, like, regardless of what map it is, we might have our off day, off game, or whatnot, but they can still bring in a lot of fight. But I like to see RRQ Kazu because we've seen a few of them on the other maps on the Bermuda that we have for this day. Let's see if they can bring it on into Purgatory. Yes, top 3, 0 elimination or 0 booyah from the knockout stages. This might be their first booyah in this map overall.
Yeah, let's see, man. I mean, RRQ Kazu's definitely going to be looking for that. Reverse Red, EVOS Divine, these 3 teams are looking for their first booyah on Purgatory. And the last time we checked, Reverse Red just was not clocking in great points just yet on this day of Point Rush. And in fact, they were the first team to get eliminated, which was a little unfortunate. We hope to see more of them if the flight path does not kick up a fuss. And we've got a safe one this time round. Down close towards the middle of the map. Everywhere is going to be pretty accessible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty much what we've seen when we were given a rough flight path. It slowly becomes a little bit kinder. But again, the teams are taking advantage of this, even if it is a kind of a flight path at this point. The battle is still not over, especially for some of the teams who's hot dropping them. And Team Falcons and RQ very close to each other. Campsite will be their drop spot, and not only that, they have attack all around surrounding them. Not only attack all around, Stalwart Esports in the north. So if they started this battle and don't recover that easily, they might be gunned down afterwards.
RRQ, they do manage to split up on fire with a sliver of health. Still gets taken down by Legoloth, who was providing the crossfire from that light-hand side flank. And now when the situation turns dire, Legoloth says, thank you very much, sir. Got a vehicle here. Ooh, lucky me. I'm going to drive away. But 2 players still alive from the side of RRQ. The hot drop this time just does not go their way.
Yeah, doesn't go their way indeed. And let's see on how they are going to fight back. Evo's Divine is just looking for those who hot drop them, but is unable to see the few players of Reverse Red. But Apex right now might be meeting up one who's getting very, very close and will be trapped in the middle of 3 players from Evo. So as we look in the shot, Aim God didn't see him, but Diamond right now will be shot by Apex from above, and the glue wall saves him in that manner.
Yeah, good rotation here by Abex using the Rebel Rush dash from Tatsuya. Manages to find a different angle. Diamond, one good glue wall. And the tree's just not thick enough, bro. We need an older tree. That tree's just way too thick to block those shots.
I mean, we are in Purgatory, so it might have been there for quite so long. There's no death, there's no life at this point. Everything is just in the middle, and that is one reason why it has grown so high, but not so strong.
Let's see if or not Onyx Olympus can get a little bit more luckier here up against Funa this time around. Oh, he's going in for the finisher. Dude, I do not think you want to take a CQC up against Funa. So he definitely have to catch up with that action in a little bit. Bottle Go seems to be the use here. RRQ could back away. Yet another civil war between RRQ and Indostars. And Indostars do have that advantage here. That's Macan and Cochil just flying down like the angel of death with the Bison from right behind. Raz gets the finisher. And RRQ, I believe, has run out of options here. But Ma'al off screen manages to find one more. So the team, in terms of revival, should not be too worried at all.
Yeah, definitely not too worried at all. And I guess Indostars really getting that momentum from the previous match that we have. Team Falcons, though, is not yet over, not yet done with RRQ. Kazu Ma'al is being hunted, being gunned down, even dropped. The ones coming down from the revive is also going in for the rush. Peter right now for the flank. Ma'al goes down from the hands of Peter. And this is pretty much like St. Peter, just bringing them to Heaven's Gate.
I don't think RRQ is going to have a super great game unless they try to avoid all of these engagements. But unfortunately, as they try to avoid them, players just keep spotting these revived ones flying in one after the other. Speaking of spotting, I believe Xpan is going to spot one opponent, and they most definitely have Crime MKS XM8 in hand. Got a decent enough range, but of course Fires and the M82B will be the better gun to play those teasers up against Onyx Olympus, who are scattered across the map right in front of Expand. Now, this could just be a good thing for Onyx because they could very quickly pincer and flank the players of Expand, squeezing them in and, of course, annihilating them.
Let's see if that plan will be put into play right now. But here comes Team Falcons going in for the rush vehicle gameplay just so that they will not be spotted that easily. But unsuspectingly, they will be able to go in for that elimination. Ma'al goes down. The rest of the teams of RQ Kazu will be far, far away. And they do have a vehicle on them, so they can move out and probably go in for a vending machine for a revive.
UAV from Onyx, managing to scan out all the players from Expand as they rotate towards the left. The engagement has not ensued just yet. First circle's not going to hurt too much. Expand taking advantage of that. They will rotate outside the blue. Still trying to find a good angle against Onyx. In the meantime, home ground advantage or not, this is a clear fight. 4v4. Reverse Red up against The home ground owners, WAG, Nameless, M1014. Krillin has got the grenade launcher, needs to make good use of it. Nameless is going to be caught in a very tight corner here. Ghost comes in for the backup as well. It's the Bison, but Exposy on that left-hand side flank manages to pop one with the Drogon. Exposy down! Ooh. Traded out by Ghost. Dolphin comes for the save. Saming goes in for the chase as well, but he gets eliminated, and the revival onto Diamond is the only safe play that Reverse Red has left. WAG, talk about some home ground advantage.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they are taking advantage indeed, and Reverse Red is feeling it right now. Even in the previous map, they have been gunned down, hunted out, and taken out of the map. So let's see if Diamond will be able to recover a few of our teammates. But Peter right now, level 2 aggressive, too aggressive that he goes down from the hands of Maal, even if he's the first one who goes in for the fight.
Dude, the guy was just trying to use the portal go, man, but the M82B just merciless. Penetrating those glue walls to for the tag as well. Lucky for him, no knocks. And RRQ, as they try to get rid of Team Falcons, looks like they are going to be successful in that. One more, M82B in hand, drives away, and RRQ needs to take advantage. Looks like nobody has a good enough sniper to take him out of the equation, but Onyx Olympus keeps RRQ busy in the meantime. Gary is going to cut the distance down instantly with his portal go. And now the civil war once again between Onyx and RRQ.
Yeah, let's see who wins the civil war and who gets away from this compound. Gartu, though, eliminated, knockdown, eliminated by Dudes. And there is a good chance that they might continue on with this battle, but the blue is just eating them up. Maal not even recovering that fast enough, and with Onyx already out of the compound, might be able to go in for that gatekeep. And Reverse Red eliminated on this game. Finally, we're seeing just 11 teams, and Jack right now just putting a lot of pressure onto RRQ, who couldn't get away.
Reverse Red was looking for their very first Booyah on Purgatory. Looks like this is not the game where that happens. Unfortunately for Reverse Red, 2 games in a row, they are victim number 1. That is a little shocking, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they have been like the eliminators overall in the knockout stages compared to, well, second to Bermuda United. Or you know what I mean? They have been going so aggressive in this match. And this is the only time wherein they go aggressive, but it is not paying off for them. So they are like not really playing it that much. Or the other teams who they are going against are just much stronger this time around because a lot of things is on the line.
Esports Divine rotating, hoping and praying nobody finds them. BE found them, but hoping and praying Esports Divine does not realize that they have been found. Decent back away by the Indonesians. And all for the vending machine, but now spotting out yet another squad. BE Sports decides that this is not a good spot for them to continue holding on to. Moshi has got a flanking position. And Buriram's not going to take advantage of that just yet. But Esports Divine still has been left behind. And Buriram, I think they want to go shopping first before they go and meet the Indonesians.
Well, I guess it's good to be prepared. Everything looted up and everything upgraded. And let's see if they can do with that. But Indo Stars right now might be in a little bit of a pinch because they are being gatekeep and pinched by 2 teams. One on the side is Team Falcons. Another will be WAG. And as we can see, they reposition using that portal go. And this is the same deal, the same tactics that they had earlier. So let's see if this pays off right now. But no, they want to go for the Arsenal, and this is risky move because WAG is quite very, very near.
Well, the Arsenal is a risk worth taking, I would say. Got your upgrades in there. You've got your chip for the glue maker. Question is, will WAG take advantage of the situation? Doesn't seem to be the case. They are playing it passive. I understand where they're coming from. They want to play it safe until they can find that final circle for themselves. Yes, the eliminations are very valuable, but nobody wants to take that risk. Everybody is playing this like the grand finals day, and WAG has been once again awarded with a very, very good circle.
Yeah, let's see if they can mostly take advantage of the circle that they have, but on the far side, we are seeing RRQ Kazu being gunned down by Team Expand, and not only that, we have Onyx Olympus just going their way. So if in case Expand is not really prepared to go in for the battle and Onyx Olympus just rush on them, they might lose a few of the time as well as the players that they have. But as we can see, it's just running into one side, flanking left. A good plan for them to really survive.
Team Falcons, on the other hand, just on the edge of Circle 4. Attack all around, scouting the area right behind them. Things are going to turn a little nasty when the circle starts to move on in, because Circle 4 is no joke. The damage is definitely unfavorable, especially when you get caught in a gunfight right outside. And this is a risky situation for Stalwart Esports. Buriram United, I've never seen them fear the blue before. Perhaps it's some sort of conspiracy with their blue jersey. Maybe if you wear blue, the blue does not hurt you as much.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. It will reflect onto your jersey and it will have less damage. I'm like, it seems like you have awakened awakened Andrew on you. You take less damage overall. But jokes aside, I mean, this is something that we really need to plan out, because yeah, we are in third phase of the circle. We're heading into the next, and we still have 10 teams remaining. Compared to what we've seen earlier, this time there are not so much of cover, only nature in front of them, and Expand right now is taking advantage of those as they try to beat them on the Olympus.
Oh, just chaotic in terms of all of the glue walls dropping here. Ken's backs up Axel as well. Axel with the Bison manages to find the drop onto Jack, and it looks like 2 make that 4 players from the side of Onyx Olympus eliminated, and Expand a smooth elimination of the Indonesians, and they take position as the elimination leaders as well. 7 in hand. Another Indonesian to hunt, perhaps right in front of them, as Indostars are pretty close towards Circle 5.
Yeah, let's see if they can go into the next phase of the circle. Expand right now with the Axel as elimination leader can bring more attention to their side. The Esports right now is getting the attention of Buriram United, so it was quite the reverse from what we've seen earlier. But right here, they're just going in hot, as we can see Stalwart Esports fighting against WAG.
Yep, Stop with the Bison. Good glue wall by WAG to block out Stop and his shots. Ice Grenade will force them out of their defenses. What a rotation by WAG. But Stalwart reads that move. Stop and Caramel, they back away. Grenade's not going to find the players of Stalwart just yet. And once again, they regroup, taking the flank on the right-hand side. But the glue wall melt is courtesy of Stalwart Esports. Look at you from the left-hand side. He's going to be tagging up the players. Krillin especially. Krillin needs to provide that backup. Duke gets shot. Whether it's the players from WAG or not, we don't know just yet. But PE Sports, unfortunately, out of the equation as WAG continues this battle with Stalwart.
And Stalwart Esports right now using a big rock to their favor. There's no blue wall that can beat that, but Stop still goes down. Again, grenade launcher being used, AoE damage, plus the entirety of the push that's being done by WAG, bringing them to the 7th elimination. And there goes the rest of the team. But as we can see on the horizon as well, we have a few more in this fight, where we have Expand who are surviving, and as well as Attack All Around who's going in against Team Falcons.
Yeah, but they're all approaching this circle number 6 from the exact same angle here. But Expand, they disappear from the map. Unfortunately, Fi is knocked down. That just means the team gets eliminated. Attack All Around, on the other hand, quickly disposes of Team Falcons. On the flip side of things, it's Indostars getting tortured by Buriram United Esports. All 4 players still alive and kicking as Stalwart loses their life as well. So many teams falling like dominoes, one after the other.
Wasana right now, not yet picked up. Get High almost being taken down, but Funa is the savior of the team and might be able to go for the pickup. But no! There goes Get High out of the picture, and it is now left with 3 for Buriram United. And Evo Zivan right now, same number indeed, but they are just putting so much pressure against Attack All Around, whereas WAG, the only team out of this 4 that has a complete squad, higher chance for them to get that booyah.
WAG also staying away from the action. And as I say that, Buriram getting caught in a tight little position right in front of them. Now, WAG is going to be at an advantage here. Buriram cannot rotate from the left. They'll have to take the bottom of this hill. And that leads them directly to the backs of EVOS Divine. Attack all around is keeping EVOS Divine trapped in. Buriram's going to try to finish this job off and then engage with attack all around, which leaves us with WAG out in the clear, preparing for the final engagement and potentially the booyah for Vietnam as well.
Yeah, as we can see right now, a few players from EVOS Divine already being gunned down, and that tower is not a good place for them. But they are still being spotted by WAG, and the battle continues between them. But Jump God jumps in, as well as Poon God, and just Poon God not knowing where to shoot. Bermuda United, 3-man strong, just going in for the rush, but not approaching Poon God just yet. They want to heal up and prepare for the battle from above. That is WAG.
Oh, Dolphin going in for the push first. Moshi's going to be caught, and they will be able to knock Moshi down onto the ground. Funa taken out of the equation as well. WAG has got one more opponent to drop onto the ground, and they are going to be able to find the King Eliminator, Wasana himself. Krillin dropped already. Cyrus trades out Wasana, and WAG represents Vietnam big time with a booyah.
Oh, indeed. WAG might have been hiding a few of those tactics from the knockout stages, but this time around, when it comes to point rush and getting the advantage, they want to bring it all, and they even challenge Bermuda United, who has been, as we talked about earlier, have that Purgatory as their worst map. So why not take it against Bermuda United? But when we look at the numbers for WAG, yes, the numbers might not be that high compared to Bermuda United, but Purgatory is also their worst map. So
yeah,
ironic as it is, that is just how it is in the Grand Finals week.
Dude, not only is this the weakest map of WAG, if we compare the performance of all 18 teams that were in the knockout stage and we stack everybody's performance on Purgatory, WAG is your weakest team when you compare them to the rest of the 17 squads on this map. And that is the map that WAG has walked on in and walked away with a booyah. I really am not concerned as to how many eliminations they made that booyah happen with. What matters is the home ground advantage. I was curious if it's actually a fact or it's just a theory that when you play on your home ground, you just get an unreal boost, bro. And this is that unreal boost. It could be the Yomos that they're drinking, but at the end of the day, WAG is showing when they really put their hearts and souls into it, they can walk away the champs. What a game, what a play. I want to see more.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is we did point out some facts, some numbers out there on how WAG performed in this map, and probably that's how they carried over for today. They know this is their weakest map. They know that they don't play that much and doesn't get all those points, but they can use that as an advantage because they can start studying Purgatory first and then move on to the rest wherein they're comfortable. So I guess that is how they got to improve and show us how to play with this map against Bermuda United.
I mean, this is just an insane stat right now that we're looking at. Once again, bro, you're talking about this being the worst map of WAG. You're talking about WAG being the worst team on Purgatory throughout the whole of the knockout stage teams list compared against each other. 5.3 on the average points picked up. Not 5.3 average eliminations, not 5.3 average placement points, but 5.3 average total points. That's what they usually walk away with on Purgatory, and they just hit their very first booyah on this map on one of the most important days of play. It truly does not matter what you did in the knockout stage. As long as you have qualified, this is a whole new world, a whole new tournament that has been reset. You just need to make the best out of it, and Vietnam is definitely doing that.
Yeah, they're doing that indeed. I mean, if I am the coach or probably the captain of the team, why not start it off with this? The numbers with how they perform, I guess they've been doing this overall from the knockout stages as well as the rest that we had from the end of that stage up until today. And they're just like, it's just paying off at this point. Homework has been done, a lot of practice of understanding the map. And I guess once it comes to it, probably the same goes when, like in next Terra, even in Alpine, because that is what follows after Purgatory when it comes to their weakest map.
And 2 maps in, Buriram United Esports surely still maintains that number 1 spot thanks to their back-to-back performance of getting into that final circle. But what's interesting here is Reverse Red just not having a fantastic run, and who else but WAG themselves from putting Reverse Red in the coffin this time round. I mean, the Thai squad has just not had a great start. 2 back-to-back games now out in the 12th spot.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they might not even get so much of points, probably just 4 overall 5, and if not. But let's see on how that will show up later on. WAG, I love the position that they've taken in the beginning of their battle against Buriram United. Even when Buriram United was able to go in for the flank, they still maintained the high ground. No question that they are taking that booyah.
I am just so nervous for the rest of today because it's just so unpredictable, right? Yes, we've got the numbers, we've got the data, and this is some trustworthy data. Because in the usual circumstance, for how some of the other high-level esports tournaments under Free Fire has happened, we've not had a lot of days of play to gather solid, substantial data to determine who's better than whom on a certain map, who's better than whom in a certain engagement. But what WAG just pulled off here was the absolute impossible. What WAG pulled off here was the absolute unthinkable. And on top of everything else, it was not a crazy flight path that forced the big teams to get taken out. It was a very fair start to the game. This was just pure hustle out of Vietnam. And if this is how we're going to be playing the final week, I am all in.
Yeah, I'm going to start closing all this if that continues on. But let's head over into the interview for WAG and let's see or hear what they have to say.
Thank you, our caster. Then, welcome to the interview after the match. Right next to me is WAG Dolphin. Và đây chính là WAG. Rất là tuyệt vời bởi vì Việt Nam của chúng ta đã có được chiếc booyah rất là hoàn hảo trong trận đấu thứ 2. Và không biết là Dolphin có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Dolphin.
Hello everyone, I'm Dolphin from WAG. So, are you ready to get that Esports World Cup ticket? Không biết là Dolphin và đồng đội của mình đã sẵn sàng để lấy cái chiếc vé đi Esports World Cup ở Ả Rập chưa nhỉ?
Tụi mình sẽ cố gắng từng ngày để cố gắng giành lấy chiếc vé để đi World Cup.
We will try harder each day by day until the final day so that we can go to the Esports World Cup, which is a very important tournament to us. To the second questions, how do you feel about the intensify of every team, but especially a very strong region, which is Thailand? Không biết là Dolphin cảm thấy như thế nào về cái nhiệt hiện tại ở trong trận đấu đối với các đội tuyển rất mạnh, đặc biệt là Thái Lan ạ?
Thì tụi mình cũng thấy là cái cuộc chiến này cũng khá là khắc nghiệt nên mình cũng tập trung nhiều hơn và không để tem một phút lơ là.
We feel it's really harsh during the match because all the team is all strong, but we never out of focus. Just keep our mind and keep a chill head, and then we can do everything whatever we want, and that's how we achieve this booyah. How long have you took the time to practice to become a good tanker like this? Không biết là cái thời gian vừa qua thì Dolphin đã tốn bao nhiêu thời gian để có thể luyện tập và cũng như là trở thành một tanker rất là xuất sắc ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi ạ?
Thì mình thấy mọi người chê mình khá là nhiều nên mình ăn cái mình chơi game, mình ngủ dậy mình cũng chơi game nên lúc nào mình cũng chơi game.
Nói về cái vấn đề đấy thì không biết là Dolphin cảm thấy như thế nào, có bị áp lực không khi mà WAG là một trong những cái đội tuyển rất là nhiều người chĩa vào?
Thì mình cũng lấy đó làm động lực để cố gắng từng ngày để phát triển bản thân hơn.
Và đây có phải là nơi đứng của chúng ta để có thể chứng minh với mọi người rằng là chúng tôi còn tuyệt hơn như thế không?
Tụi mình sẽ cố gắng chứng minh rất nhiều nữa.
He feel like a little bit of stressful, but also because of everyone's always keep blaming on him that he's not doing good enough. But then this is the stage where they stand and they will prove to everyone that if we keep trying non-stop, we will achieve what we want, and this is what we deserve of. Can you say something to your fans and viewers, and especially to Back Gấu? Thì không biết là đôi bên có thể gửi lời gì đến các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi cũng như là fan hâm mộ của WAG và bác gấu được không ạ?
Mình chúc mấy bạn có buổi xem livestream thật là vui vẻ và có nhiều trận Booyah thật là mãn nhãn.
We hope that you guys will enjoy this tournament really happy together and also keep waiting for our next Booyah. This is the end of our interview. See you guys next time. Let's head back to the caster and start our next match. Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn vừa rồi. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với bàn phỏng vấn với bạn caster. Và bắt đầu trận đấu tiếp theo thôi nhé.
WAG must be proud of themselves because it's them that gets to get the interview with Yoon Sol first before PE Sports. But PE Sports, I'm pretty sure, is not too far away from them in the leaderboard for today's point rush because of what they've managed to do in the previous matchup itself, right? But either way, it's so good to see Vietnam perform back-to-back, make it into the final circle, and show us that they're capable of walking away with booyahs on the most important week of play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is really very crucial because we are only dealing with 2 days of point rush. And for what we've seen in the knockout stages, some teams really need to get that momentum. And that has been corrected, might have been corrected already overall, as why they're getting the Booyah from the first day. But again, there's still threat of Bermuda United overall. They grab the Booyah, they grab a good placement in that second map, and we still are going to deal with 4 more maps just for point rush day number 1. So we'll have to find out, will anyone take them out early so that they will not be a threat?
My heart was beating a little bit too strong there in that final circle. I was thinking like, holy mama, Buriram, are you going to do it again? Back to back to back to back Booyah. But thankfully, the Vietnamese squad of WAG saved us from that sort of an onslaught for the day. But I'm pretty sure with Buriram consistently getting into that final circle, the narrative of a day like that cannot be ruled out just yet in the final week. Clearly, that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, that is what they're aiming for. They probably want to, tie, if not beat the record that they have. But it's just some teams want it even more, especially for WAG. We did mention how they place in knockout stage, and they don't want to be slowing down from that level, even if it's just a point rush. And when I say just a point rush, they will get the advantage if they do well all throughout.
Absolutely, man. The total number of points picked up by WAG, the best number of points picked up by WAG in one good day of play is 89 points. So this is a team that desperately needs everything that they can get from the 2 days of point rush. And from what you can see right in front of you, it's not a heavy engagement team, right? Even the MVP walks away with 2 eliminations, but this does not mean they cannot get those elimination points out there on the battlefield. It's just not a very aggressive team. So them getting into the Esports World Cup will be heavily dependent on how many times they visit that final circle, because they have to play what they're great at, which is hunting down those placement points.
Exactly, and that is what will bring them afloat in the top 12 or the 12 teams that we have right now, and that is what they need to do. But as we look into the characters that they have, not only the Tatsuya is being used, A124 is there, but Steffi has been introduced as well by Dolphin, and this is just, a good combination they can put in just to get away from the usual, from the norm that the other teams are doing, and it's a good way to start it off in a point rush, and they can still carry it over on grand finals if they do so.
Yeah, it's a good combination of active skills here to pull into comparison with Buriram earlier. The only difference being Iris versus the Steffi. One is for the aggression, one is for the defense, and you clearly can see that through the numbers here as well. Now, the Ghost might not have had heavy numbers on his side, but that does not mean WAG did not walk with a sufficient number of engagements here. 11 just from his partners for a total of 13. And Cyrus is the one that walks away with the number 1 spot for the overall elimination leaders of Purgatory.
Yeah, 5 elimination, tying it off with Indo Stars, Coach Heel, and the Axel also is in here on number 3. The same goes with Funa and Jump God. So we are seeing like a combination of eliminators coming from different teams. I love how it's showing up. But with this alone, it gives us a little bit of insight on how Indostars is faring, because we were comparing WAG and Buriram United. So I guess they can still maintain the second place that they had from first map against Buriram United. But let's see if they can top it a little bit more so they can beat those predators up there.
It's a good time for you to bring up Indostars because we are about to head into one of the maps that they love the most, and that's going to be Alpine. But of course, before we head on into that chapter, let's talk a little bit about the key players here. For the total number of glue walls destroyed, surprisingly just 4 from Moshi. Usually he goes for a few more than that. But as he's destroying those glue walls, Wasana's building up new ones for the squad. And that's one of the main reasons why Buriram always gets into that final circle. Aggression, the defense, they're just the best at it. This time the Bison's going to get outshined by the Trogon. And as expected, the Woodpecker performs much better when it comes to Purgatory with 11 eliminations in hand. But the Trogon is still your MVP with a total of 13 that it walks in here with eliminations.
Yeah, up until I can still remember, I want to rewind back into the key players because I just had a glimpse of one new key factor. That was a vehicle elimination. We had one vehicle elimination that was featured in there. But let's head over, and WAG still tops it off. 25 in total, 13 on elimination. Buriram United is now on second, but with how they placed earlier, I guess they can still maintain their spot. And the same goes for Indostars. Yes, they had 8 elimination, a little bit low on placement point, but it's still stacked up the same, well, like tied with Attack All Around.
Obviously, we've talked a lot about Vietnam. We've talked a lot about WAG as well as PE Sports because of how well they've done today. But Indostars has been the consistent squad out there representing Indonesia as well. Now with yet another game where they perform pretty decently well. Earlier, I believe they got a total of 22 points. Now with the 14, it gives them a total of 36 points, which should be pretty high up the overall leaderboard from the day. And Indostars, like I mentioned, their favorite map is at Alpine. Oh my goodness, in the second spot, just behind Buriram as we talk about them. Indostars, they love performing at Alpine. They're one of the great teams from Indonesia that does know their way around there. But if they can maintain this sort of a consistency, the next game is going to push them into the #1 spot. The question is still going to be, though, can someone dismantle Buriram early, just like what has been happening to Reverse Red thus far?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite tough to see that from Reverse Red, but Buriram United, as like they mentioned in the interview, they don't care, they don't mind that much the other teams that's targeting them. All they want to do is to focus on that final circle, and they have done that in 2 maps already, and no surprise if they can do it later on, but it's still a hope that they can be taken down by the other team so that some of the points will be gathered and distributed evenly for the others.
I mean, what an unexpected showdown back to back. Bermuda and Purgatory has been very rewarding for us as casters, for you guys as viewers as well, I'm very sure. Who would have thought, I mean, okay, everybody would have been able to guess that Buriram would be at the top, but who would have thought that we would see 2 Thai squads down at the very bottom? But of course, the saving grace here is it's just day 1 of 2 of the point rush. Even if you're dead last, it's not a lot of things for you to complain about. Only on the last day, the grand finals on Sunday, you have to make sure that does not happen. But of course, as I say that, we have to take a break just so that we can have more good games happen for you guys. We'll be right back.
Yeah, like John Moran, need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah. I'm the MVP. Yeah. MVP. Yeah, like John Moran, need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah. MVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. The final week of battle is in play, and we just witnessed 2 grueling matches for the Point Rush day number 1. We're still up for 4 more match, and let's see who will be ending at number 1 and who will be getting the additional 8 points for today. On desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only, the amazing Mustachio AJ.
Dude, I am excited, bro. I mean, we've got big teams representing, we've got Indostars performing, and for you guys who did not follow the weekly episodic Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia through the 6 weeks of battle that we had, the news is Indonesia just did not perform, specifically Indostars did not perform well on week 6, right? Accumulated a total of 80 points across 2 days of play. That would have been very painful for them.
Yeah.
But what's most important is not how they finish the knockout stages, but how they finish the finals as a whole. Because of course they did qualify for the finals due to all of the amazing performances within the first 3 weeks in itself. But because of the final week of faltering, I think a lot of serious conversations happened, and they were like, boom, they made that comeback, and that is exactly what's keeping them on that second spot right now, just nipping at the heels of Buriram.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even from the knockout stages, when we look at each week's data, how they progress overall, Indostars even made it to top 3 towards the 3rd week. So it's no question that Indostars will be able to put up the result that we just saw, but it will be dependent on which map they will be playing. But right now, you did mention it before the break, AJ, Alpine is Indostars' best map, and let's see if they can prove it once again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, but don't be mad at me if you don't see Indostars shortly on the graphics in front of you, because yes, it's their best map, but they're not part of the top 3 teams that dominate Alpine, right? Obviously, you're gonna see, as usual, the Thai teams are gonna be there. But as far as consistency is concerned, as far as Indostars is concerned, this is definitely gonna be a huge opportunity for them to step it up. They just need to make sure they do once again what they did in the first 2 games and get to that final circle. The rest of it can speak for itself. They do have 1 booyah thus far, and that kind of like matches up against Stalwart. But as far as points go, obviously Stalwart Falcon and mainly Buriram United Esports, they take the cake on this map. And Buriram United with the 8 booyahs on Alpine have shown that they are not just the kings thus far in the knockout stage into this final week, but also the kings of Alpine.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that is 30% of the booyahs that they've taken, and it's just from Alpine. And also, it probably is because of the number of matches that has been played in this map. We talked about this before the end of the knockout stages. It's just Alpine all around, especially in that game number 6, wherein the randomizers really love how to chill, how to go into that frozen land of Alpine.
And that's one of the biggest reasons as to why Buriram snatched away a lot of points, because they love playing at Alpine. Randomizer, Lady Luck smiled at Buriram, gave them all of those points. That's exactly how the grand finals could be influenced as well if you get dragged into Alpine, or alternatively, a different map. But either way, in we go, baby. It's game number 3 on the standby. Before we kick off, once again, the flight path through the map. Question is, can I get a repeat? I want to see the chaos of Bermuda shortly here at Alpine.
Yes, indeed. And as we go in for the flight, no sleet or snow can stop them. No turbulence as well, as we are heading into the snowy lands of Alpine. The only question is, will it be a repeat of what we've seen in Bermuda? I sure hope so, because that is just a wonderful start of a match. But that would depend on where we are going. I guess it is a much kinder. I guess as the maps go by, the flight path becomes kinder and kinder.
I want to say boring on the flight path, but I can't, man. In the past, I think solid 3 years, I don't think I've had a boring match in the game of Free Fire. Every single match gives you something amazing to wow about, where your jaw just drops onto the ground. Sometimes you even drool, right? But let's see exactly who's the one that cries very early on. Don't cry. Trying his best to hold his tears back alongside LBT as they get tagged out. But RRQ not gonna let them get away just yet. LBT final survivor, 900 coins, get that one revive, and he hits a double. So PE Sports won't be snuffed out just yet. But Reverse Red trying to make their comeback in here on map number 3 after faltering 2 times has to go up against WAG.
Yeah, let's see if they can take out the momentum out of WAG, or is Diamond already a little bit tired of the 2 maps that happened earlier? But this time they are just regrouping. Saming right now taking distance, usually his best position overall. He had a good sight on long range engagement, but the way I'm looking at it, WAG is just baiting them out to go in towards where there is not so much of cover for Reverse Red. Clearing a little bit too close onto Nameless and just listening in for any sound cues that can trigger an engagement coming from Reverse Red.
Good counter strat from WAG here, but Krillin's going to be caught out. M1014 in hand. A good shotgun to have in a battle like this. Blue Wall Melter's going to be dropped first. Nameless backs away. Exposy backing him up. It's a 2v1 that Krillin needs to deal with. Gardu watching this action from afar. He's calling for backup as well. Onyx Olympus gearing up for a third-party situation to snatch away the win from both of these teams. Kiba on that right-hand side flank. Here comes the Indonesians. WAG stuck in a very tight spot.
Very tough indeed in the middle of 2 teams, and also a few teams might be rushing in because of the early engagement that happened, but Reverse Red that spread around. A good flank being done by Saming right now, but I guess Onyx Olympus is going to stop him from his approach. Saming is targeting to go behind that tower so that he can at least see where WAG is, but with Onyx Olympus already guarding this spot, they are at a loss. UAV being released from both sides, but on the other side of the map, RRQ Kazu against PE Sports. Battle is not yet over.
Yeah, good trade here by Team RRQ. That will be picked up, all thanks to the crossfire set up by Legoloth, who picks up his 3rd elimination, leading the lobby right now with the 3. PE's Wangan not going to be lucky up against Ma'al and his Bison. And PE Sports quickly losing players up against the Indonesian squad. Reverse Red continues their onslaught up against Onyx Olympus, the team that walked into the competition up in the 12th spot. They can be called the weakest squad out there, but today they are not in the 8th spot at the moment. But Nameless making quick work of Gardu spread across the battlefield. Onyx Olympus just going to play the game of survival.
Yeah, they are playing the game. That's the name of the game for Battle Royale right now. But Gary is just on point on the information, trying to look for where the enemies will be. But as you can see, in those stars and PE Sports, in those stars just maintaining their aggressiveness in the beginning of this game and probably can carry over towards the end if they continue this on. Same goes from the 1st and 2nd map. But let's see if Bermuda United can be stopped right now by Evo's Divine so that in those stars can move a little bit higher.
Yeah, big fight, baby. If Buriram gets shut down right now by Evo's Divine, all of the other teams will just sing praises for them. Buriram, the greatest dominator of Alpine, the kings of Alpine at the moment, get high, quickly repositions. And he does not look to pick up Funa and Wasana, but instead gets right between them, looking for some free eliminations here. Backs away. Has got the Bison and Woodpecker in hand, suited for both mid, long, as well as short-range engagements. Moshi drives around as well for the setup on the right-hand side. They want to play the flank, using this boulder right in front of them. Glue Wall Melters right in front as well for the side of Evo's Divine, and they're just waiting for Buriram to show up.
Let's see if they can show up, but G'day and Ray has been taken down, so Evo's Divine might be backing off in a bit. ABAX even doing the same thing, and only 1 remains. But as we look in until above, Wasana is not stopping just yet, using the portal code that Aim God has, and is going in for the rush, and there goes the elimination. 12th spot, Evo's Divine goes out.
I mean, they tried, bro. They definitely tried, but there's a reason why these boys are the kings. There's a reason why they are 2-time world champs, almost 4-time world champs, and looking for the title of Kings of Southeast Asia to add to their collection as well. Last year, it didn't happen at the Invitational, but this time, baby, the rebranded Sea Invitational to FFWS Southeast Asia. I think they just want to make it a record. Maybe from here into the next actual FFWS as well, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see if that journey can continue as you said. And as we look into the right-hand side, we have RRQ Kazu, who's already made 7 elimination overall in the beginning of this match. And this is the aggression that RRQ Kazu has to offer in this point rush days. But it's not paying off even from the earlier matches. They have been gunned down, taken down. But with only one player right now, all they have to do is just revive them and get a good position. Find a final circle, and then they might be grabbing that booyah. Easier said than done because a lot of teams showing so much aggression.
Team Falcons chilling with the blue as they flirt with the circle. They're going to look for the next safe zone, pulling a far long rotation to avoid all of the other squads. Not looking for early engagements, just mean that they are looking for some solid loot before finding eliminations deep down inside of the safe zones of Alpine. Attack all around, finding a squad right ahead, not knowing it's Onyx Olympus. They back away for a defensive reset first as Gary continues to scout out exactly what their movements are.
Yeah, let's see if Attack All Around can bring more points to their side. Currently on number 5 in the leaderboard of Point Rush Day 1. And let's see if they can take advantage of their position to go against Onyx Olympus. But Onyx Olympus already on Sunside, and there's no sunshine in this battle. But there is so much hope as they're very close on next phase of the circle. It is a hard shift overall, but some of the teams already made it. It's just up to the others who's still outside of the previous blue that needs to end that battle. I'm talking about Team Falcons as well as WAG.
PE looking for some blessing here by the goddess of luck, and she does give it to them. That's the next circle. Buriram happens to be there as well, so no further rotations for those two teams. But WAG and Team Falcons stuck outside the circle. And Falcons trying their best to gatekeep WAG. Both teams taking advantage of the fact that nobody else is here to disturb them at this point of time. And Falcons actually going in for the push here. Ice grenade. Blue wall melt is going to follow suit as well. For sure. It's on fire. Right hand side flank. Cyrus tagged up. And Coscu is trying to get the pre-shots onto the other end of the portal goal. But nothing will really punish the team of WAG yet.
Yeah, not yet. Indeed, on fire in 1v1. There goes the rush, but Cyrus rushes out and tries to get away. Portal goal, and it worked for him. No time to make it, and he will be going down. And Falcons will get their first on the points, and there goes a few more. 3 eliminations overall. I guess that was a chase that has been done from the other side. So we are just looking at 10 teams right now, and Falcons has done so much. Coscu is still doing more.
Reverse red out again so early. This is just insane. Perhaps the Thai squad just saying we don't want to play point rush, baby. We just want the grand finals. We'll just make it count on that day. Or it just could just be a stroke of bad luck. Or it could just be a bad tummy, bro. You fly to a new country, you don't know what to order. We'll have to catch up with them in the next match. Attack all around on the other hand, finding Expand out in the open. And it's hunting season, not for Attack all around. Expand on the other hand. Good flank around the left-hand side. Not so close now. Karoro, 50% of his HP held on to him. Glue wall melted by fires to back up the rest of his team members. Limit dropped, and it's stalwart on the opposite, and Attack all around in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they will be in trouble indeed. They are receiving damage from blue as well as Attack all around and Expand on the battle. But Stalwart Esports only has their eyes on both teams and who will survive. Crime right now doing and going for the steal. And there goes the takedown. The Axel against Jump God jumping in above and beyond and trying to finish them off.
Expand doing great against Attack all around. Of course, a little bit of interference by Stalwart as well to take out one of the backup that Attack all around had on the outside. Out in the open. Attack all around down in numbers. Overwhelmed by Expand that was pretty much on guard. We have seen times, we have seen days where Expand has walked into a couple of matches with their eyes closed. Just wasn't that sort of a engagement this time. And Raz, radical shot from afar. Ma'al down on the ground bleeding out.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, especially when you have Coach Hill in there to spot out anyone that might be able to be finishing in those stars right now. Oh, goes down in there. 18 deer for the rush. And this is one thing that I worry about for Indo Stars. 18 deer, very aggressive most of the time, always the first one to go to knock down, but it is paying off right now.
Oh yeah, dude, I love that play, right? 18 deer pushed the player out of his glue wall defense and then Raz from afar. Fantastic snipe. But dude, look at this once again. Another Thai squad attack all around. This time round, down and outed so early in this match. Some home ground advantage for sure, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, home ground advantage, I'm talking about not just within like the competition stage itself, but also the comfort that you have in resting and studying and everything else, or the daily routine that you have. So I guess that is what they're taking advantage of. But let's see if some of the teams can also adopt in-game and off-game, because we are seeing great improvement, especially for Indo Stars. They're going against Onyx Olympus, where earlier has been very aggressive and is now showing up.
Powerful level 3 shotgun in his hands. Great for the close range combat. 18 deer with a gun to match that up. The Drogon. As they back away, the civil war will quickly end. Onyx Olympus left outside the circle to get hurt by the blue, and the safe zone's quickly leaving their spot. Doesn't seem like this team's rich enough to have a portal go, but WAG makes a quick exit, and this is a consistent run from WAG. We've seen Booyahs before where they fall right after.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're off, they're on, but right now, let's see if they can recover on the next map. But let's see, in those stars right now, it's not yet stopping. They just want that, grab that #1 spot. From the earlier points that we have, they're only 5 points away from Bermuda United, and they are battling Onyx Olympus, who only have 2 eliminations. So aggressiveness overall, and those stars have it. Even Gary felt that, as well as Kiba.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back Indonesian war here. RRQ, the first ones to get involved, and they got snuffed out quickly, but there's still one survivor hanging around in the back. I don't think you want to return to this battle, my friend. You want to look for that circle first. But of course, Onyx Olympus hanging on with Gardu, a sliver of health. Blue moves away. Medkit working just in time. But Indostars on the opposite end as well. They are playing the game of recovery, and I don't think it's going to be possible for Gardu to survive for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's the blue or in those stars, he might be going down. But those going down as well is PE Sports. Only one surviving and has been taken down. And that is coming from Moshi from afar through the window, through the wall. And there goes PE Sports.
PE Sports. Dude, from the Vietnamese squads performing back-to-back, they got eliminated back-to-back in Alpine. Tad bit unfortunate. But look at who we talked about in the stars, trying to make this one work for themselves, but a vending machine is desperately needed by the squad. Expand, on the other hand, cannot sustain their lives. Out in 7 spots, Stalwart to take the final bullet to the squad. Kochil out in the open as RRQ makes the exit. 4-man strong in those stars, but they are in a terrible position, far away from Circle 6.
But we've seen that being worked quite well with other teams, especially as the attention is not on them just yet. Stalwart Esports and Team Falcons going in for the battle right now. Very close in this compound, as well as the edge of the next phase. But 10 seconds to go, and the rest of the teams will be moving in. And we're talking about Bermuda United and Indo Stars. Currently, the second and the first and the second on our current leaderboard. As you can see on the map right now, even they are not free from the side of Dew from Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Dew's going to be that right-hand side flanker for the side of Stalwart to make sure Indostars does not take the defensive spot. As Buriram tries to find the rotation as well, they spot out Indostars and they try to take pot shots. Moshi will find 18 Deer. No elimination just yet. 18 Deer can still be picked right back up by Indostars, and that's exactly what happens. Buriram, portal go, and they now start knocking on the doors of the Falcons instead, right above them on the roof. Now, this is going to be a terrible position as Indostars are the last ones outside the circle. They're going to be gate kept by everyone.
Yeah, they couldn't play the medic gameplay right now because the fifth does really hurt at this point. We see a few of the players already going down, plus some of the teams already waiting them out, and this might be it for No Stars unless the one final player can hide out because of the chaos that's happening between the remaining 3 teams. 4 of the battle is in here, and only one with 1 player all overall. Very low percentage to get that booyah, so it needs to wait out, but there's no waiting because IBS is now eliminated.
Great rotation for Buriram right on top of the roof. Therefore, they do not deal with the onslaught of Team Falcon so early on. They take that high ground advantage against Stalwart as well. They're using the very edge of this cafeteria. Falcons, on the other hand, helping out Buriram unintentionally. Portal go by Buriram to split up their forces. Now Stalwart forced to focus on Wasana and Funa, taking that left-hand side flank. Grenades dropped onto Dew. Super low on that HP. Moshi joins the fray as well. And now Team Falcons try to take pot shots at Buriram. A 3-way fight all between the Thai squads that dominate Alpine, and Buriram now in the advantageous spot as Stalwart Esports faces off against Falcons.
Bermuda United just pulled out an isolation gameplay at this point. But let's see if that will work because only Team Falcons is in front of them to grab that booyah. Let's see, get high, going in for the rush, and there goes Cosq going down. Basana has been taken out and will be executed, but 2 players is still alive and kicking is going in against 1 more, and I would say this might be no more for this guy, but Peter is up for the rescue.
Buriram looking for yet another booyah, but Team Falcons refusing to drop on 1 more. Just didn't spot. Get high right behind him with the Bison. The finisher comes through as well. Falcons has got a 1v2. Peter goes down. Buriram scores the 2nd booyah of day 1 of Point Rush.
No question indeed that Bermuda United can grab this booyah or 2 booyahs in a day. The only question is what would be the next plan of approach, because I'm pretty sure they want to grab all the booyah, but that final moment, that final engagement that we saw, I did mention about the isolation gameplay. Even if they are in a disadvantage against Team Falcon in the compound, they use the portal go, 2 goes out and take down a few players from Stalwart Esports, and then the rest follow suit, and that's where they just steamrolled against all of the 2 teams.
Well assessed, man. I think, 3000 IQ play from Buriram United. Like you said, portal go on the roof, portal go into the heart of the safe zone at the right timing, and not all 4 players pushing through, right? Just enough to play a split pressure up against Stalwart, forcing Stalwart to deal with Falcons instead. And it's such a beautiful booyah by the kings of booyah, Buriram United Esports. And once again, they missed out on FFSI. This team did not become the champions, and 2 players who were making sure pretty much they do not become champions were Wasana and Funa in 2 different teams of E-Arena as well as Magic Esports. Buriram said, what? Buriram said, welcome, boys. And took them in, and now they are the terminators of the FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2024, helping the squad become champions, and they're well on their way. They've proven themselves in the knockout stage. They're proving themselves once again here through the 3-game consistency, out of which 2 booyahs taken. Buriram, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, they rewrote the code. If you can't beat them, let them join you. And that is what they did right now. And again, they're a much stronger team just because of that acquisition. You did point out where they came from. And we are seeing right now how they started off from day number 1 of this competition up until the present. They're still at it. Yes, they might not grab the booyah all the time, but they're always there in the top.
And they almost became champions of the world once again, but they faltered, and unfortunately that recovery has been a tad bit tough for Buriram, but they are well on their way to get that done. It first starts with the domination of their local league, which they successfully did, becoming the champions of Thailand this year before they got seeded into this championship. And now here at the knockout stage, they've proven again that they can very easily dominate, and what a distance, a record distance between themselves as well as the other squads. And that consistency into the point rush as well. I just do not know what the other teams can do against the kings of Booyah themselves.
Yeah. I mean, they tried so much and different approach overall, still managed to succeed in knockout stages, and they're still trying a few more. So, like, I think the thickness of the playbook that Buriram has right now is real big. Not quite sure if the coach can carry it over, because there's so much plan after plan and after plan, and there's so much of adjustment that's being done by the team on the fly. They have prepared for this overall, and I think there's a chance really to bring home the trophy onto the side.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Everything except this one part, man, where you think the playbook is thick. I think Buriram has the thinnest playbook in comparison with all of the other teams. No, seriously, they've got drop spots, they've got rotations, and that's about it. Everything else that happens on the battlefield, it looks like they've got a thick playbook, because they are the masters of Free Fire, and they are just making all of those decisions on the go. They know the game well enough to be capable of doing so. And, you know, the playmaker, the mastermind, Jonah himself, being one of the key players behind the squad, and with him not even being needed because he's not the highest hitter, the heaviest hitter of the team, it just shocks me, because what this team was able to do with him was a lot. Without him, it seems to be going a couple of miles ahead as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite deadly. I'm getting goosebumps right now just thinking that each individual players of Buriram United is that autonomous, that they can do in a battle. They can move in just a few signals coming from their teammates, and they can just make the plan. As you said, it is possible that they have the thinnest playbook, only the references that they need at the start, and then the rest, they just let it fly.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, you cannot gas Buriram United Esports up enough, because this great squad just has great numbers behind them, great consistency, and of course, great answers from each and every single question they've been asked. So let's bring it to Yunsol for the interview.
Chào mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Buriram Get High. Thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào mời đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience, please?
ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
ครับผมบุรีรัมย์เก็ตไฮครับตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับขอเชียร์ทีมไทยด้วยนะครับ
Hi everyone, I am Buriram United Esports Get High. I play support. Please cheer for Thai teams.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Get High đến từ Buriram United Esports. Và hiện tại mình đang chơi ở vị trí hỗ trợ, và mong là các bạn sẽ ủng hộ chúng mình thật nhiều nhé. สวัสดีค่ะสบายดีไหม
สบายดีครับ
ดีมาก một chút là mình vừa hỏi bạn là bạn có khỏe không, và tất nhiên là bạn rất là khỏe. Đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên thôi nào. Không biết là Get High hiện tại đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ? Phấn khởi hay là có sợ không, hay là có một chút run khi mình đang phải thi đấu trên sân khấu không ạ? So I was wondering if Get High, how does he feel right now? Is he happy, energetic, or a little bit of shaky when he has to compete on the stage?
อยากรู้ว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงคะ รู้สึกว่ากังวลตื่นเต้นหรือรู้สึกชิลที่แบบว่าขึ้นมายืนบนเวทีตอนนี้
ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าไม่เคยแข่งที่เวียดนามเลยครับ
I feel very excited because I have never been compete in Vietnam before.
Bạn cảm thấy rất là hứng khởi bởi vì bạn chưa bao giờ được đến Việt Nam để thi đấu cả, và đây cũng là lần đầu tiên bạn được đến Việt Nam để thi đấu, cũng như là đi du lịch một chút trong khoảng thời gian dài ngắn ngủi này. Không biết là chúng ta vừa rồi thì cũng đã có được một chiếc Booyah rất là thành công, và mình thắc mắc rằng là Buriram đã làm như thế nào để có thể giữ được cái phong độ này và thi đấu ngày càng tốt hơn ạ? How does you guys keep this momentum and can play subtle and also balance the game like this?
เราประคองสแตนดาร์ดในการเล่นยังไงคะมันถึงแบบว่าออกมาเป็นแบบนี้ให้มันคงที่
ก็เล่นเรื่อยๆครับตามมาตรฐานตามที่ซ้อมมาครับ
We just play as our standard as we practice.
So you guys doesn't feel anything, or there is nothing can like affect you guys, right?
หมายถึงว่าไม่มีอะไรที่แบบว่าจะส่งผลทำให้เราเล่นไม่ดีหรืออะไรเลยเหรอคะ
ไม่มีครับนอกจากตัวเราเอง ไม่มีครับนอกจากตัวเราเอง
There is nothing can affect me except myself.
Ồ, vậy là hiện tại thì bạn ấy cảm thấy không có một cái thứ gì có thể ảnh hưởng đến Buriram và cũng như là Get 2 cả. Đúng như cái nghĩa của tên những nhà vua của Buya thì họ thực sự là như những con robot được lập trình vậy. Không có một thứ gì có thể ảnh hưởng đến phong độ của họ cả. That's very good to hear. Vậy thì bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam cũng như là những người fan hâm mộ của Buriram không ạ? Do you have any words you want to send to the viewers, Vietnamese viewers, as well to your Buriram fans?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนไหมคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นแฟนเวียดนามหรือแฟนทีมบุรีรัมย์หรือแฟนทีมไทยก็ได้
ฝากเชียร์ทีมบุรีรัมย์แล้วก็ทีมไทยทุกทีมนะครับทำอึด
Please support Buriram United Esports and all Thai teams.
Mong là các bạn hãy ủng hộ Buriram United Esports cũng như là những đội tuyển Thái Lan khác và tất nhiên là Kết 2 đã kèm theo cuối câu một câu cảm ơn rất là dễ thương. Vậy đến đây là phần 4 chúng mình đã kết thúc rồi. Cùng quay lại với bạn caster và chúng ta sẽ nghỉ ngơi một ít phút rồi quay lại với trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Thank you so much for following our interview. Let's see you guys each other match.
There we have it. Just heard it from Get High. It's pretty much the same as what we heard from Wasana earlier. They don't really think about what the other teams are thinking. They just focus on their own and just better themselves. So I guess that commonality in each of the mindset from the teams, from the player themselves, is how they are performing so well. Only focus on what they practice, and they just said that is their standard.
That most definitely is their standard, man. And I really love the fact that they say if something goes wrong out there on the battlefield, the first thing that they look at is themselves. If something's not going my way, I am the problem. That's the true quality of a champion. Always looking to find that improvement in everything that they do. Funa walking in here with yet another MVP title for himself, putting him one step closer to $4,000 US. Yes, you heard me right. The MVP of the competition with the highest number of count walks away with that. But of course, it's currently led by Wasana with 10 to his name at the moment. And Funa just got his 7th MVP title.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a chase just between Buriram United Esports. But we have Funa right now. It's got Moshi, Wasana, and Get High. I mean, if you want to move forward, why not move forward together? That is what's showing up as a team gameplay, as well as how it is on the MVP. And I won't be surprised, AJ, if they grab more than 4 on the Booyah at this point. The only question in my mind right now is who's taking the interview on that 5th one.
And you see, Buriram United Esports really understand the mission here. They understand the task at hand. The task at hand is follow the meta. The meta is free fire coins. Suzy is part of the free fire coins. But of course, before I continue to elaborate on that, elimination leaders. It looks like Thailand has got a little bit of company here from Indonesia. Rest stepping up with that number 1 spot. 5 eliminations on the board. But obviously, Wasana, Moshi, Get High, Kochil all going to share the equal spotlight with 4 eliminations. But when you've got 3 of your team members clocking in a total of 12, you know Buriram is still going to be that number 1 spot when we look at the leaderboard of Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at the key players of that game, we have Nero right here from PE Sports with 6 glue wall destroyed, 18 Deer with 23 glue walls used. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more into 18 Deer, especially the aggressiveness that he have. But LBT right now, the ones who get revived 5 times, I guess that is because of the heart that he's wearing right now in the profile picture. And Puna with 7 assists.
This is just unfortunate, my friend. If you have to be revived in a game 5 times, there are 2 things that we can learn from that. Number 1, you're crying. Number 2, your team has got hustle and you are having a terrible day. Bison with 11 eliminations. Woodpecker with the 8. M1014 with the 8 eliminations as well. And of course, when you can't find the Trogon, M1014 will have to do double barrel. You just should not be missing a lot of those shots. The reload is a tad bit painful, but if you can get up close and personal, that headshot surely serves up a couple of eliminations.
Definitely. I mean, M1014, and earlier, all throughout the games, we're seeing the grenade launcher as well. So they have just split up the weapon. It's pretty much a shotgun and the grenade launcher put in together. But they're going in on the game standings. Still, Bermuda United take the spot 27 overall, 15 on the elimination. But guess who follows? It is Indo Stars right now with 13 elimination. And if my calculation is right as the numbers that we have right now, they are now tied in the number of elimination with Bermuda United. It's just a placement that they need to improve further, that they can catch up. But I think they still remain on the second spot all throughout the 3 games.
I mean, we suspected Indo Stars to make a mad dash for the Booyah here. Obviously, we highlighted that it was close to impossible because they were not the dominators of Alpine. It's just their best map. But they had broken through all odds and they did not get the second in terms of placement. They only took 7 placement points away, so 4th spot overall. But still, to maintain the consistency 3 games back to back, you can tell some big conversations definitely happened after the final week of play for Indostars. And that's just great, man, to kind of falter towards the end so that you get serious for the most important week of play. Indostars still maintains their second spot with 56 points behind Buriram, who are on 68.
And third right now is Team Falcons. We've seen them in the fight. We've seen them lost some fight, but they still maintain the 3rd spot at this point. WAG, though, the one team apart from Bermuda United take that Booyah, is now pushed to the 4th spot. And let's see if they can take it back later on, because Kalahari will be in place. Sniper's Nest, as well as the way they can jump up and down because of that grappling gun. I love how that addition in this game, the high ground, not really a threat anymore. You can just jump in. Plus, we've seen how the portal go has been used so pristine in this battle. I want to see more.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, the hook gun, it's dirt cheap on top of everything else, right? So there's no excuse whatsoever. You have to buy it. You have to make good use of it, unless, of course, you're forced on a revive and you don't get your hands on it. Bermuda United Esports, once again, the dominators of a map. No surprises there. 6 Booyahs thus far. This is their 3rd best map. Yeah, you heard me right, man. This is their 3rd best map. Next Terra is the 2nd. But of course, Reverse Red and Stalwart here. This is a good thing, but we've seen Reverse Red a number of times now, but yet we don't see them in the final circle. In fact, the only times we have seen Reverse Red the past 3 games is as one of the first few teams to get eliminated from the lobby. That's not a good way to show yourself.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know how it is with Reverse Red. They want to, I would say, pull out the reverse card. When other teams are just going in for that Booyah, we don't want a Booyah. We don't even want elimination. We just want to start the grand finals, and then that's where they bring it on. Hopefully that's the case, though.
Reverse psychology, bro. That's how you win it. That's how you show them, like, I'm not gonna be messing with you guys. And then boom, Sunday they are the champions. Very, very possible. But of course, we are geared to kick the flight off in for game number 4. It's next. Sorry, it's not next era yet. It's Kalahari time, baby. Let's hop on in and see exactly who dominates with those long shots. Once again, we are being led here by Buriram United Esports, Indostars, and Team Falcons on the overall leaderboard. Vietnam is slowly faltering, but mainly because of that early elimination before this. Let's see if they can hop back in here, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see who can hop back in as we jump on to the plane in their way to Kalahari. Now, it is just a question of will it be a kind or a cruel flight path? And in a bit, we're going to find out. Now, well, there's not so much of reference that we can gauge, but there is the flight path right now given to us, and it is very kind that gives them hope to go into their usual drop spot.
Damn it, Neptune, you're right, bro. They just give us like one spicy hot drop, and then they're like, okay. Business as usual, everybody. Calm down. I get you. Too much of chaos is not good at the end of the day, although it's really fun to watch. Onyx Olympus at command post, expand at the sub, split up wide apart. They are going to be in a lot of danger because I do know Buriram loves to rotate into the sub very quickly after looting up the part of Stone Ridge that they are pretty much favored most of the times at Kalahari. Now, Indostars up against attack all around. The team that has been consistent 3 times around up against Triple A, Purgatory, Bison. And 18D down very early on. But Raz and Kochil very quickly turned the tables. Kororo Poon got taken out of the equation. One good equalizer from Jump God. It's a 2v2. Kochil taken out. But a double revival by Raz instantaneously. And Indostars can still be in this fight up against AAA.
Yeah, let's see what they can do right now. The rest of this is really paying off for the side of Indostars. 1 elimination and a few more has been revived. And here comes Raz right now, putting a lot of pressure for those apart. But with Jump God quite near in the backstab, there goes a 1 against 2 that is still above. Now, Limit has no recovery being done though, and Kochil might be able to go in. And there you go, another backstab coming from Indostars.
Wow, beautiful stuff. But Raz now dropped. It's a stalemate there for Indostars for the time being, but we'll catch up with that action in a bit. RRQ up against Stalwart Esports. 1 elimination already on the side of RRQ. Kochil traded out as Kororo on the revive with the secondary alone managed to take him out of the equation. And the revived 18 Deer has managed to travel, or at least get revived and pull far away from the side of Stalwart. And we'll have to catch up with both of those engagements in a little bit. Buriram United are being tortured by Onyx Olympus. This is surprising. We'll have to take a look into that engagement in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming from both ends of the spectrum in terms of the knockout stage standing. But as we can see, Onyx Olympus right now is still on a good position, though, in the sub. And you are correct. But United really loves to go in the rotation. And I guess that's something that Onyx Olympus has expected. Thus, they were able to eliminate one of the players. Gardu going in for that huge jump. And there goes the hit. And Funa managed to get away with a glue wall with turnaround to Tsuya Dash. And there goes Gary, bringing him down.
I don't want to take anything away from Onyx Olympus, but I highly doubt they plan to rotate into the sub to look for Buriram United, because then that would be like a suicide mission. Okay, these boys just got lucky big time. But you know, it could have been a fair assessment, and they could have made the decision. All right, but either way, they are lucky they could walk away from that engagement with 4 lives still intact. Crime gets the revival as well. Stalwart, on the other hand, traded out by players on the side of RRQ. Dew, like the god of death, dropping on in with his Bison. Takes the first drop, but Razor quickly trades him out. Good headshot. And Stalwart will very easily recover Dew. No problems whatsoever. They get a reset against RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, Dew was just so aggressive right there, not really expecting another one in the backup in that corner while the pickup was being done, and that's where he got lost in those ADS. Now, let's see if the battle of Onyx Olympus against WAG can be more fruitful compared to what we've seen them against Buriram United, but Dolphin right now can't be swimming right here, especially if you're caged with a lot of glue walls.
Dolphin has a very risky shotgun in hand. You cannot miss your shot. Up against Gardu, who has a charge buster. Dolphin still loses that. A double charge by Gardu. The M1017 just unforgiving. Leem, on the other hand, is going to be caught out by Peter, who has the exact same shotgun and a little bit of extra time on his side. Back up from On Fire as well with the Bison. And it's actually the Bison that gets the knock. So yeah, M1017, you see it, you run away. You look the other way. You run without a gun. You just don't pick it up. I'm just kidding. Pick up a gun, bro.
Pick up a gun. I mean, any gun. As long as you have something to fight with. But for Jump God, I mean, regardless of what gun, with 3 people from PE Sports gunning you down, despite the glue wall right there, they just hop in and jump at you. 3 eliminations already for PE Sports, and a few more can be brought in. But onto the other side of the map, attack all around. Pungad, rather, is being hunted by Evo's Divine. Good day will be saying good day, good afternoon, and good night if he makes this elimination.
Attack all around. 5 eliminations strong, leading the lobby. But not for long if Evo's Divine storms the front here. Kororo, tight little spot. A-backs, M1017 again, bro. You do not do it. And he doesn't, because Aim God was there. It's the Bison again. the bison, okay? The F-1017 is failing a lot of people out there today, but, you know, I'm just kidding when I say don't pick it up. I just won't pick it up.
It's quite difficult though. I mean, we talked about that, how like these, it might look easy as the pro players are doing it, but personally it's very, very difficult, even from afar, even from especially up close and personal, with glue walls, with all the weaponries that we have, other teams, other players gunning you down. There's just so much chaos that these players had to endure and to work with, but we'll have to see if that will pay off. And Team Falcons right now, only one more to deal with for PE Sports, or make that two, as Wangan is in there as well, but Falcons not really faltering.
PE Sports was keeping an eye on EVOS Divine. They just did not expect Team Falcons to snuff them out from the back, but a timely revival coming through from the side of PE, so no elimination of the squad just yet. Team Falcons gets led directly into EVOS Divine, and EVOS Divine making them scatter. Falcons just not ready for two back-to-back fights, and EVOS Divine will make them pay such a high price for that. Aim God is going to get picked right back up as well. One more on the hunt. I believe a portal go was used. EVOS Divine can still go in here for the pursuit, but Falcons, do they have enough money for a quick revival? EVOS Divine make that a good opportunity to overtake with the eliminations.
Yeah, let's see if they can overtake that. Indo starts right now on the way to overtake Bermuda United at this point with the eliminations, but it's only 3 for them right now, and that is because they have been slowed down. Only 1 remains from the earlier engagement that they went in. All they have to do right now is replenish the resources that they lost, as well as to prepare themselves for the battle at hand. But Moshi, no preparing at all, even with glue wall, gets in with that hit.
I'm sorry, bro. It's M82 stuff, man. The M82B is just unforgiving, especially in the hands of Moshi. It's a hack. All right, you can't do much. He's got the iris. You pull up a glue wall. He hits you. He just needs to shoot at the glue wall first of all.
Right.
Okay. He marks you up with iris because that's what iris does. He's got glue wall penetration with the M82B. Now he can see where you are. He can also shoot you behind the glue wall. Your defenses mean nothing to Moshi. And he most of the time walks with a double snipe setup. AWM and the M82B. Recently, the M82B has been pretty, insane to deal with. Sometimes it's the woodpecker as well as the M82B. Moshi's unstoppable.
Definitely looks like it indeed, but the team that has been stopped so many times is Reverse Red, once again going down. The first team being eliminated in a map. Well, let's see on what else can be done at this point. So let's focus onto the other teams. Onyx Olympus leads the pack right now with 9 elimination, as RRQ Kazu is hunting down a few players from PE Sports. Nero managed to fly away and no damage being done on it.
See who gets the advantage here. Aim God. Oh, what sets the car on fire? But unfortunately, no knockdowns for EVOS Divine's Aim God just yet, but great reposition. Spots Peter on the rotation as well. Takes the drop. Peter saw him coming through. Quickly repositions. Has got 1 portal go to make good work of as well. Peter distracted by ABAX. Aim God went in for the shot, but he is not going to get the knock just yet, and the circle will put a lot of pressure on him. Aim God actually is going to gatekeep here for that extra 1 point.
Yeah, let's see if this would work for him. Peter right now, gunned down. Glue wall saves him a little bit. Aim God switch over to the Bison, a little bit of inhaler action so that he can recover some of the HP. But Peter blocks himself out. And again, 3 players boost him in up. And there goes Saint Peter down and out.
He was Divine cleaning up whatever players they can come across. Santa Catarina holds Team Buriram United Esports, one of their previous drop spots. And WAG just in front of them. And Buriram doesn't really need to do anything just yet. They know that WAG plays with a lot of defenses using the compounds that are right in front of them. So they're going to just bide their time and wait for the opportune moment to strike.
Let's see if this strike as well by Onyx Olympus will be the opportune moment for them. But As we can see, they have the high ground, they have all the resources that they need to scan out the area, but all they have to do is go in and point and shoot. But from far away, Guard who misses some of the shots, and it's not adding up just yet to the 10th elimination. And as I look at it, I had to go back into our numbers. Onyx Olympus, in terms of elimination, I mean, they really need to do so much. That is probably the reason why they're doing it this time around.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, in this match, 3 teams from Indonesia leading with massive number of eliminations. And RRQ trying to join that little calculation as well. Ma'al finding Wang An. Esports being tortured. In the stars losing Leem. And it's a civil war between themselves as well as EVOS Divine once again. Players just got revived. They barely have loot on them. Stars not going to be in a great shape if this engagement continues with EVOS Divine, as right below them stands the players of Buriram United Esports as well.
Let's see if they will be able to go in for a good rotation against both EVOS Divine as well as Buriram United. But as the elimination leader, EVOS Divine is off to target the 2 teams. But it is up to the defenses of Buriram United right now, as they are the ones in the way for that on the EVOS Divine. But AVAX managed to get across with a portal go, but I guess Funa has already spotted them with a glue wall as well, and all he has to do is wait for the signal to go for the rush.
Yeah, Funa unfortunately can see everything happening, but just can't do anything because of the angles that he gets to play from the boat. But he does manage to take note of all of those rotations. And Buriram once again just playing this really safely, waiting for that good timing. Don't cry. Good glue wall melter. It would have been better if it was a grenade. Wanan out in the open. Gets tagged twice. Still holding on for his dear life. Must be running that awaken Andrew Ma'al. Getting away from the circle at the same time. Barely with his HP. And PE Sports stand a good chance up against RRQ now. As Nuts appears out of nowhere with the Bison. Don't cry. Drops him. What a good charge. Buster shot. Nuts on the ground. But PE Sports just couldn't sustain against them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all the damage has been brought in by the blue, plus initial game and engagement brought in by that team. That is just very detrimental for them. No time for recovery, but Faiz on the hit and the running caramel, he got melted.
Unfortunately, the vehicles just don't do great up against snipes. Great stuff out of Faiz. And against the recent addition from the side of Geek as well. Let's see if not Expand can make their way past 2 Thai squads in towards the next circle, depending on where Lady Luck takes them. UAVs up in the air. Expand take them out of the equation first. Attack all around does not get an advantage, but here comes Onyx Olympus. It's the portal goal that puts them right beside the team of Expand.
Yeah, let's see if Expand managed to get away from here. Arcudo has been eliminated, and we are dealing with 9 teams right now. Expand going in for a ring around the rosy, not spotting the ones that's very close to them, but get high, just getting all the information, trying to play it onto the edge of this next phase. EVOS Divine will be targeted by Funa just to disrupt their position and to get more information. But Moshi finished limit off, and we're down to 18.
We just have to respect the patience gameplay here out of Buriram United Esports. They've got the capability to snuff out the whole lobby, but they wait patiently for the opportune moment, for they take no chances. They want to dominate. Yes. Sneaking away a couple of points whenever they can, but still maintaining that high ground advantage. They've got the safe zone. Nothing much to do other than that. Onyx Olympus joins the fray as well as Expand. Tries to smash down the defenses of EVOS Divine. Just can't get to them just yet.
Not yet, not just yet. Portal Go might be used at this point so that they can go in for a different position. But Expand right now is trapped between the blue as well as EVOS Divine, and Indo Stars eliminated at this point. There's little chance for them to catch up against Buriram United, as Buriram United really not giving so much trouble in repositioning. They have a good spot from the second floor, as well as Split can give them more information damage, and was Wasana managed to take down Kens from afar.
Oh, the final circle is going to be given to EVOS Divine here with the advantage in the heart of the circle. Buriram putting on a lot of pressure up against Expand. Onyx Olympus assisting Buriram as well to make sure Expand does not get away too far. Peter's going to be caught in a tight little corner here by Kiba and gang. But downstairs is where Stalwart Esports chooses to hop on in, and WAG shows up out of nowhere. Stalwart out of the count.
Peter right now is on the edge and just moving around, but still being spotted. And there goes Gardu from afar from the other side. And Onyx Olympus managed to grab that point. 30 eliminations already to their name. They have the high ground and advantage, but it's only Bermuda United. They had a good view on them, and the rest are just in chaos trying to secure a compound for themselves. WAG has just been no Onyx Olympus at this point. The moment they move, Onyx Olympus might jump them down, and it can be an advantage to either Evo's Divine and Team Expand.
Great amount of space control here by Buriram, not just that high ground that they had, but they do take any opportunities they can to thin down the herd. They know that they've already taken down 2 players from the side of Expand, and they go in for the finisher as well, but not dedicating the full squad. Just 2 players on for the push. 2 of them right outside those houses. Onyx Olympus in the meantime try to snuff out EVOS Divine and WAG at the same time. They just don't know who they're shooting at. They're just shooting absolutely randomly all around because of the number of sheer chaos players that we have in the circle.
And there you have it. WAG has been eliminated at this point. It's getting really close with 4 teams at this final circle. But United still a complete squad. The same goes for Evo's Divine. Onyx Olympus, though, is losing some of their players. Only Gary is left at this game, and it might be end for Onyx Olympus. Expando managed to survive, get away from the trouble. Let's see if they can take advantage of the chaos.
Buriram very smartly gets themselves straight in towards the mid part of the map. Wasana might be looking to play the medkit gameplay once again. Funa down on the ground. Crime taken out. Fi is still alive and kicking. Expand might be going for the medkit gameplay. Moshi all alive. 8 medkits on him. Who started patching themselves up real quick first? Expand up against Buriram. Gari is still here as well. Truly low. Gari is out of the count. Fi is down. Buriram with a 3rd booyah thanks to Moshi.
Moshi survived, the survivor of that battle. And, well, who says that it's just about elimination? You can also go with the name of the game, which is survival, where the medkits really bring it on. And this is just a different phase overall of Buriram United. I'm loving how this plays out.
I mean, they clearly could not plan who was going to keep all of the squad's medkits. So that one was an absolute chaotic end that could have gone anybody's way, right? Except, of course, Onyx Olympus, because Gary just was not ready to patch himself up. He was looking for the circle, but brother, it was too late to do that. And of course, we did have a little bit of an attempt from Expand to play the patch-up gameplay. Could not keep up with Moshi. Buriram United Esports with, yeah, the usual, bro. 3 booyahs in a day. What's new?
Yeah, I mean, it's a target for them. It's a goal for them to beat the record. They've already lost one, so why not just tie the record that they've broken? But Buriram United Esports, going back to that final circle and that final moment, I guess it doesn't matter at all. All they have to do is plan out how they get eliminated by the blue. If they stand close to each other and they can pick up the loot that has been left by the other players, then they're all for the win.
I mean, you can throw them into the most ridiculous of situations in Free Fire and Buriram will still come out on top, right? It's just, it's insane. Everybody else is fighting to just catch up with them, not outdo them just yet. They're just saying, please slow down. We cannot reach you. It's not fair. Okay, before someone starts rolling on the ground crying, Buriram better show them some mercy. But why should they? They have not put themselves in a position where people call them the kings of Southeast Asia officially, and they're looking to do exactly that.
Yeah, how can they show mercy as well when they don't see the other teams? Remember the 2 interviews that we have, they don't care, they don't mind, they don't see, as we can see, and we can look at right now. They are just focused on their team, getting the booyahs, getting the elimination, getting good placement overall, and it's a good way to start it off. And you did mention before the start of that Kalahari map, and they are just focusing on improving themselves. They're taking that responsibility, and they are showing right now that they have what it takes to even beat other teams in a play that anyone can win.
And every single player from the side of Buriram United can play a 1v4. Every single one of them, no doubt whatsoever. How far they get in that 1v4, of course, is definitely questionable. Some players are just slightly more slicker than others. And the most slippery of them all is Moshi. He may not have the most number of eliminations, but he is a god clutch player. He's got the most number of assists on the side of Buriram, 250 to be specific, 176 total eliminations. And on top of everything else, he also has gotten the booyah for the squad because he just knows how to stay alive.
Oh, definitely indeed. This is where we look at the highlights and how everything play out in this battle. In those stars, though, I mean, they have maintained their aggressiveness, but it is showing that they're slowing down at this point. And for Evo's Divine, from the start of the first 3 maps, they only had, if I'm mistaken, only a few elimination, and that is where they got the motivation to really up it up. A lot of elimination overall, just for 1 game. They could have started it early, but they just didn't have a chance.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, unfortunately, you can make those plans, but how well you can see it through depends on, you know, a dash of luck and a lot of solid gunfights, right? Unfortunately for Expand, they just could not get into a good position with great numbers because they got spotted out by Buriram way too early and they lost 2 players. But thankfully, Faiz just managed to dodge all of those shots with the AWM stay alive. At least they walk away with 9 placement points, Expand.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good chance for them to come back up with that placement point they have. They will not be stuck in there. But speaking of stuck, still have reverse red at the bottom, so no one will be crying overall, unless reverse red really is intentionally, hopefully not, doing this just to pull out a reverse psychology card to everyone else.
It's there's no way it's not a reverse psychology kind of game for reverse red, right? 4 games, 6 points collected. My math level is so bad where 6 cannot be divided by 4, therefore the math does not math in the Mustachio's head. It's not a good stat to have. Bring in something better like 8 points maybe next time, then I can say an average of 2, right? If you're doing worse than an average of 2 per game, you know you're having a bad day. But thankfully, the repercussions are just being 8 points behind the best team at the final day of play. So I guess not all is lost, but what we cannot miss out on is the booyah once again with Team Buriram. So let's bring the cameras back to Miss Yun Sol.
Chào mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Và tất nhiên chúng ta lại một lần nữa gặp các chàng trai đến từ xứ sở Chùa Vàng. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Buriram Moshi. Không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience, please?
ทักทายคนดูหน่อยค่ะ
สินเจ้าผมโมชิจากบุรีรัมย์ครับ
Hello, I'm Moshi from Buriram United Esports.
Vâng ạ, một chữ xin chào rất là to. Và mình là Moshi đến từ Buriram United Esports, Thái Lan. Mình sẽ hỏi bạn ấy là liệu ngoài từ xin chào ra thì không biết là Moshi còn biết nói từ tiếng Việt nào không nhé. So, excuse me, can I speak with him a little bit? Okay. พูดภาษาเวียดนามได้ไหม
ได้นิดหน่อย
นิดหน่อยได้ค่ะ
cảm ơn
โอ้แล้วก็
แดบจ่าย
โอ้
แล้วก็สิ้นลอย
ดีมากà. จริงๆmình hỏi bạn ấy là bạn có thể nói được tiếng Việt không? Một chút xíu, nít nói là một chút xíu và các bạn cũng đã nghe thấy rồi, bạn nói được rất là nhiều từ. Fun questions. Không biết là ai đã dạy bạn nhỉ? Who taught him these?
เขาถามว่าใครสอนมาคะ
ก็คนนักแข่งเวียดนามนะครับแล้วก็พี่ที่ดูแลเป็นคนเวียดนามก็จำมาครับ
from Vietnamese player and from local chaperone
Oh, from Vietnamese player. And local people around, right?
The chaperone of the team.
Oh, okay, I see. Bạn học được tiếng Việt từ những người chơi Việt Nam khác và tất nhiên là phiên dịch của đội Buriram. Thật sự rất là hay ho đấy chứ, chứng tỏ là Buriram United Esports đã dành thời gian rất là nhiều với những người bạn xung quanh mình ở Việt Nam và mình rất là vui bởi vì họ đã có một cái thời gian rất là vui ở đây. Ở trong cái ván đấu vừa rồi thì chúng ta có một cái pha giao tranh rất là căng thẳng ở phía cuối khi đặc biệt là mỗi người chỉ còn một người chơi duy nhất thôi. Không biết là Moshi đã phải tỉnh táo như thế nào hay là đồng đội mình có can thiệp vào, có call với nhau để có thể chỉ cho Moshi cách lối chơi tốt nhất để giành lấy được Buya không? So I was wondering, at the end of the game, Moshi was having a really intense game with everyone. Meanwhile, each team only has one person. How can he handle that?
ในจังหวะสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้มันค่อนข้างตึงเครียดมากแต่ว่าเพราะว่าเหลือเราคนเดียวแล้วทีมอื่นก็เหลือคนเดียวด้วยตอนนั้นเราทำยังไงตัดสินใจยังไงคะ
ก็ผมเคยมีประสบการณ์แบบนี้มาแล้วรอบหนึ่งครับผมก็ทำเหมือนเดิมที่ผมเคยทำได้ก็พันยาสู้ครับแล้วก็ออกมาเป็นดีครับได้ที่หนึ่ง
I have experienced this kind of situation before so I just do what I used to do just using the med kit yeah and it turned out well.
Bạn nói rằng là cái trường hợp này bạn đã phải trải qua rồi và tất nhiên là khi lần này lặp lại thì bạn đã rút kinh nghiệm được từ những sự cố lần trước và tất nhiên là với bộ hồi máu ban nãy thì nó đã giúp ích cho bạn rất là nhiều ở trong cái pha giao tranh sinh tử đó và tất nhiên là họ đã giành lấy một chiếc Buya rất là xứng đáng cũng như là nhanh gọn nữa. Và đấy bản thân của mình cũng phải rất là ngạc nhiên. Vậy thì sau cái trận đấu này không biết là chúng ta sẽ có một thời gian nghỉ thì thường là trong những cái thời gian break time ngắn như thế này thì Moshi và đội của mình sẽ làm cái gì nhỉ? After the fourth match, we usually have a break time, right? So normally, what will Buriram do together?
หลังจากเกม 4 จบเราจะมีพักเบรกเขาอยากรู้ว่าในระหว่างพักเราทำอะไรคะ
ก็ซ้อมติวแผนกับโค้ชครับในเกม 5 เกม 6 แล้วก็พักผ่อนครับกินน้ำรีแลกซ์
Discussing the plan for 5th and 6th game with the coach and then drinking and relaxing.
Cũng như bao người chơi khác thôi, họ cũng sẽ ngồi lại để bàn chiến thuật cho game 5 và game 6, nghỉ ngơi và hồi lại sức để có thể chiến đấu hết mình cho những 2 game còn lại. Đến đây thì phần 4 của chúng mình đã hết rồi và Yusu xin phép được quay lại bàn caster và chúng ta sẽ gặp lại nhau như một phỏng vấn khác nhé. This is the end of our interview. Thank you so much and we will see you guys later.
Cảm ơn.
I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong. I think those are minimum 2 carat diamonds on each earlobe of Mr. Moshi. And that's exactly what happens when you're a 2-time world champ. Those are real diamonds for sure. That guy is living life, man. Not only have you already made it, but you're still making it. He is in his prime as a mobile gamer. He is in his prime as a Free Fire esports player. And he's definitely living the life, but the life do not come easy, bro, because there's a lot of effort, there's a lot of hustle from Moshi and Buriram as a whole, and they just get to enjoy the spoils of all of their effort. And one other guy is probably going to have diamonds soon as well with the amount of money he's raking in with the MVPs. 11th MVP title for Mr. Wasana from Buriram.
Yeah, 8 eliminations and 34-27 on the damage, 11 headshots and 8 knockdowns, bearing the Tatsuya. And this guy, like Wasana, has been topping it off in the MVP run for quite some time. Yes, they might have been pushed down once, but they really want to grab the MVP title. And why not? If they grab more of the Booyah, why not come from the team from Buriram United to have that MVP? So the more Booyahs they take, the more MVPs they take, that's just how they're adding it up. So hopefully they can add a few more, because from how we're looking at it, it might be another 5 Booyah day for Buriram United.
Yeah, I mean, I love how they absolutely mix it up, right? You can see Wasana even brings in Joseph as well with his nutty movement to make sure he does not get slowed down, does not get stopped by any one of these active passive skills as he goes in for the shutdown. That's one of the greatest enablers for Wasana. And not only can he not be disabled, he walks in with an A124. This guy, the cheekiness, he disables everybody else. And he absolutely demolishes them in the process as well. 8 eliminations, no joke. We've got, of course got 4 from the side of Moshi and some support from the rest of his team members as well. But nobody outshines Wasana with the eliminations this time.
Yeah, following him is Gary from Onyx Olympus with 7 eliminations, RQ, Kazu's Razor with 6, and both ABAX as well as G'day with 6 and 5 respectively. And this is why they have showed up from the last time we saw them with so much elimination. And I guess they are moving up. If I remember correctly, while the battle is happening, they only have 3 elimination after 3 match, and that is what prompted them to do more.
Let's see if or not they can do even more here, because clearly Buriram is snatching everything. Everybody is looking for more. I mean, Wasana is just getting even more. Glue walls destroyed. He's the MVP there as well. But for the total number of glue walls used, he was divine as they try to sustain their lives and into the final battle of the matchup here at Kalahari. Obviously, Abex had to supply them with a solid number of defensive glue walls. Raz had a tortured moment out there at Kalahari, 4 times being revived and still unable to bring the best for Indostars as they finally falter for the first time in this day of great plays. 3 times they managed to get into the final circle. Unfortunately, just couldn't do it this time.
Yeah, and well, the only thing that they're doing this time around the same would be the weapons that they're using. Woodpecker would be in play as a top, and it is expected because this is Sniper's Nest that we have on Kalahari, 21 elimination, followed by the Bison. And you pointed out so many engagement wherein they're using this Bison for the CQC. And the same goes for Trogon right now with 11 eliminations. Still, usual suspect, still usual pattern that we're seeing, but that would depend on the map that they are playing.
I mean, this team is just the bar in the world of Free Fire esports. No, I mean, no joke, bro. Not just from the knockout stage, but up in here with the consistency for the final week. But even before reaching this stage, from being the champions, the world champions to runner-up to world champions to runner-up, I mean, the consistency is mind-blowing, and they are the goal. But as everybody else tries to reach up for the top as well, the Indonesian teams did absolutely well this time around. Esports Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ, obviously, you know, 2 out of those 3 teams doing slightly better with the overall number of points, with Esports Divine and Onyx picking up 26 and 23.
But dude, like the elimination that they have brought in this game is just something else, just stopping the other teams overall and just double digits for them. As we look into the overall standings, I'm just looking for Evo's Divine, and if I'm mistaken, they came and jumped from 10th to 6th at this point with the number of elimination that they've done. But let's not take it away from Indostars, who, despite of like one of their players being revived so many times and still managed not to find the final circle, they're still on the final leg to go in for the chase against Buriram United. Top 2 for them. The same goes for Team Falcons, who's very, very close.
4 games in, and you see exactly what the leaderboard looks like, and you can see as well as to how the point rush additional head start points will give you a leg up, right? Because if you look at the right hand side of the leaderboard, so many of these teams, they're just so close to each other in terms of points. You know, there's barely like 1, 4, 2 points in between them. So at point rush, if you can pick up 5 points, it's already going to make a huge difference for you in the overall leaderboard. But, you know, as anticipated, Buriram, the kind of distance they put between themselves and the other teams, just make even 16 points impossible to catch up. But what we want to catch up with is a little bit of a replenishment for our bottle. So a quick short break, and we'll be back with the final 2 games.
I get the money and it's right on cue. Keep the duffel bag up inside my coupe. Hold a couple racks, tell them I love you. You wanna be a boss, do it like I do. Yeah. Get that money, I'ma flex. I get that money, I'ma flex. I get that money, I'ma flex. You now rockin' with the best. I got a big dream and I aim high. Take a risk every time I play dice. I shake 'em up and it's snake eyes. I'm the same guy on the same grind. Busy printing money, watch the paint dry. My intuition told me through the grapevine that I'ma get rich and I ain't lying. Yeah. Get that money, I'ma flex. I get that money, I'ma flex. I get that money, I'ma flex. You now rockin' with the best.
we sure as hell battle in style. My goodness me, we kept to the theme. I mean, the stage that has been set for all of these players to head on into battle, that's already enough to really psych you up, to give your very best out there on the battlefield. But it could also make you a tad bit nervous. And I think that's exactly what's happening here to Reverse Red. 4 games in, 6 points collected. I think it's high time for them to bounce right back up. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And my goodness, it has been quite an interesting one with some of these teams. I mean, even Stalwart is struggling a little bit.
Definitely. I mean, Stalwart Esports not showing it that much. They tried, but compared to what we've seen them knockout stage, it's so much difficult for them because other teams are just moving up so much. In those stars, like Onyx Olympus, WAG, like on the top 5, they place in this day number 1, and that make it difficult for those who didn't make so much adjustment like before this day starts.
Yeah, I mean, attack all around, Stalwart, Reverse Red, down at the bottom. Who would have thought? I mean, the Thai region as a whole has dominated the overall leaderboard at the knockout stages, but this could just be a trick, man. Okay, they could just be fooling all of us because this is Point Rush, and the worst case scenario is you need to catch up with 8 points collected over 1 day. And of course, if these teams manage to collect 2 days back-to-back 8 points, there's just 16 points that they need to make up for. But, you know, if this is being forced, I think it's just a little bit too much of a risk.
Yeah, too much of a risk indeed, especially if there are those who are picking up momentum, not just from the first few matches, but all throughout the day. If they continue this on next day, they can like carry it over to the grand finals. But it's still a good trump card for those at the bottom, as you mentioned, for Attack All Around, Stalwart Esports, even Reverse Red, because they are not showing so much of their tactics, like from how they adjusted it after the knockout stage, so they can flip the table against those who gets comfortable.
I mean, no doubt whatsoever, they can definitely flip the table, but man, they gotta start doing it right now if they want to get a few points. I mean, yes, it's Point Rush, but those points do matter only because, you know, there might be a situation where you have to fight, for example, between Falcon and Indostars. 52 to 64. There's a difference of 8 points. You pick up maybe 6 points tomorrow, 3 points today. That's 9 points in the bag. That's gonna make a world of difference in the final ranking on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that's one match being in second place, not even adding the elimination that they can take, and it's eases up a way of grabbing points. But let's see if that is the case right now. Next up would be next Terra, as well as a surprise random map for game number 6. But as we go in and the preview of teams featured, still Bermuda United is on top with 5 on the Booyahs, 195 on the elimination, and 308 on the points, followed by Team Falcons, who's currently number 3 in our point rush day number 1. And Expando, they did so much well in this map, despite of them really struggling overall to maintain their spot in the top 12. Hopefully this time around they can bring themselves up again.
I mean, Expand is just the team that performs at its best when they are under pressure. We saw this week 5. They got pushed down into the 14th spot. And the last I checked, that is not in the top 12. But they made it back. And not just did they made it back, but they actually made it into the 8th spot by the time we brought it to the end of week 6. So that's the hustle that this team has within themselves. That's how far they can push themselves. But unfortunately, the consistency has always been a key factor for this squad. Now, we have seen a couple of roster changes, surprising moves. Cobra Zues being taken out of the squad. We saw Faiz as well as Ken's being added onto the squad. And it has made some changes, but not miraculous changes. But we want to see what the Malaysians can do, because this is their best opportunity in the grand scheme of maps.
Yeah, let's see if opportunity will be taken, if they will be grabbing it this time around. Not just for Team Expand, but also the rest of those underneath Buriram United Esports, because so far 3 maps being taken as a Booyah. Buriram United has no plan and stopping, and not even in the futuristic map of next Terra.
My reaction was a tad bit thinking about how the team's performance hasn't really changed with the roster swap of Expand. But if you really look at it from a flip side of the coin,
Right.
the players could have just won it out, and there not being much of a difference with such a huge change in the core roster is actually great for Expand. They haven't really faltered. So in terms of keeping the quality in the squad, that part they've managed to tick the box.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if they can maintain that right now. But as you can see, Team Expand doing the same thing as the other teams has done, getting information as to where the other teams is dropping. That is rust down, as the rest is just going in for the loot. Reverse Red right now, not really understanding where they have to go. Hopefully they can find their groove. And Boone James being gunned down. This is where you don't want to be. No weaponry and out in the open, shots on you. Good thing he survived.
Yep, BSS in hand. Reverse Red not having a good day. Not a great start, but not the worst at the same time. Expand losing a player very early and attack all around. Gonna face the same fate as well. Limit did manage to trade Gardu and an instant revive courtesy of Jack, as Axel gets the revival onto his partner from Expand as well. So a reset for the squads here. We are all back to normal.
Yeah, back to normal indeed, but Jack felt a little bit of that coming from a limit from afar. Still no idea as to where to put himself so that he will not be gunned down, but no, he's just rushing in onto the rooftop where he goes down, meeting two players from a tackle around. And here comes the rush right now. Kiba, I guess this is when he healed up, and there goes the jump against Jump God as well. Spoon God Kiba goes in for a double.
Yeah, Kororo, you run, my friend. 100 coins in his pocket. 300 now. Needs another 100. Where is he gonna find it? He needs a revival. Attack all around. Not in a good spot. But the blessing in disguise here, Onyx has not started the pursuit just yet. I believe as he backs away, that's the spot. He gets 500 coins. Jack brings Kiba back. My goodness. That was just way too close for comfort for a couple of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprised why the chase didn't happen, but I guess it is a smart move as well, because the moment that Onyx Olympus just moves in the open, other teams might be gunning them down. So it's just a plan of approach that they need to make a split second. So they are doing it right now. Kororo right here, though, hasn't made that decision, though he has that 500 coins, not even utilizing it for the revive, probably waiting for the final moment. And as we go in for the vending machine, well, we have a little bit of shopping being done right now and buying more time.
I mean, thank goodness, bro, because the guy barely had any glue walls on him. In fact, he had none. So stopping outside and pulling out the pocket market is just a death wish. Kororo very smartly got to the vending machine, buys his friend back, and still surviving by playing the distraction. So attack all around will survive for the time being. Is that going to be the fate of Expand by the end of this skirmish, as they are outnumbered by RRQ, but Faiz with a long shot. And Axel with the backup as well. Ken's on the ground though, as RRQ comes in for the full flush, dropping Axel. I think Crime is running the wrong way. There's just no way he manages to pull this save off. He's running straight into the players of RRQ. And Crime, yes! What a drop with the Trogon. And such an impactful entrance. Leglob's going to get caught out as well. And Crime, the masterful slayer on the side of Expand. And RRQ did not see... I did not see that coming, Expand. What a turnaround.
Living up to his name, just stealing the attention of the game as well as elimination from the rest of the team. 3 has been taken together with Faiz's 1. That is a 4 out already. But the team is not yet over in this match. 1 managed to survive. Let's see if how they do this time around. WAG though against RRQ Kazu. I guess this is a rematch from what happened earlier. But RRQ Kazu will be taken out, and that is because of Dolphin.
Oh, and Expand just hit that perfect team revival once again. But Falcons going to be playing a little bit of a pressure on Faiz, as they do manage to catch up with him. Expand's not out of hot soup just yet. They're still going to be pressured. Falcon does claim Crime's life. And they do see where those revive players dropped in as well. So Team Falcon's going in for the finisher. PE Esports going to be dropped on the outside as Stalwart storms the front of PE Esports, taking life after life. And now Don't Cry caught outside. Cypher with the Mac 10. Better on that SMG, but just could not find the full connection as a good glue wall is erected. Cypher backs away. Glue wall melts. And Don't Cry manages to call for backup in the name of LBT as well. Cypher waits for his own backup as the rest of Stalwart rushes on in.
Yeah, rushes in and PE Sports rushes out. And there's a good switch, bait and switch that they're doing right now. They pull away from the engagement so that they have a good angle to play. And they are also playing it with the edge of the of this phase of the circle. They might be meeting up with one player. This is Ken's on this area, but Ken's sends them on the other side and they will slow the approach of Team Expand. Boon James though going in for the rush against Wang Han, 2-on-1, but still goes down. Exposito managed to survive and the pickup can't be done unless the other teams surrounding them just shoot them out. But no, reverse red. This is different. Reverse red that we're seeing right now. I guess they have awoken from the slumber that they've done on the first part of the day.
They most definitely have, but Stalwart's keeping an eye on them. And I say an eye because the squad is split up. Stop is going to be stopped dead in his tracks, dropped on the ground. And PE Sports will take advantage, but Dude does manage to trade out Don't Cry, as he's the only player still hanging back. The rest of Stalwart's like long gone, and PE Sports still being distracted by Dude.
Do right now. I mean, just like he does it well from long-range engagement, and distraction gameplay can give more of the time for the other team. But LBT, good, quick 180 against Ken's, and there goes a takedown. But the only question is, has Expand managed to revive more of the players because Crime has been taken down as well?
Well, 2 players still alive and kicking. Crime, I think, twice revived already, and just an unfortunate with where he's landing. Keeps getting taken out of the equation. Reverse red. Not a great spot for them as they get into a heavy engagement with a well-performing squad of the day. Onyx Olympus, the team that made it up dead last in the overall leaderboard in the 12th spot, is doing fantastic, keeping Reverse red at bay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good sign for Onyx Olympus right now. The reset is doing them well. And once again, Reverse Red might not be the first, but they are the second team being taken down. And Onyx Olympus already taking their 10th elimination in this map. And like quite surprisingly, as you reacted, AJ, but I guess they've waited for this moment wherein there's no pressure of the standings, no pressure of being eliminated if they don't play well. And this time, they are just freeing their mind and giving their best.
Yeah, somebody from Reverse Red has a tummy upset, dude. There's no way. There's no way they play like this. Oh, it's just a huge reverse psychology game that they're playing up against all of the other big teams like Buriram, especially, to make them think that perhaps they are not going to be such big threats after all in the competition, because that's 5 games in a row where they have just done close to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, close to nothing indeed. Still at the bottom of the pack. But again, does it work really in terms of psychology of the teams like Bermuda United? But let's head over to this battle. Evo's Divine, the team that has put in so much of elimination from the earlier match, going against WAG and a takedown. Melters and nades being thrown at WAG, and they are going down one at a time.
Yeah, Indostars are just playing this really smart. They both want to be cheeky, WAG and Indostars. But Indostars says only one team can get the big IQ plays. Grenade after grenade after grenade. They will take WAG out of their high thrones and into their pockets as elimination points. But how many grenades did they have to use, and how many do they have left for the final circle?
Yeah, that is a good question indeed. But the question is, PE Sports, what are they doing right now? They're trying to ride into the next phase of the circle, but meets up with Bermuda United and Wasana right now. Well, no elimination happening, but Funa just helped him out at that point. Still playing with the edge of the previous play zone before it closes up in 9 seconds. But Buriram United is on a good run to meet a lot of players and gun them down.
Buriram just has that kind of consistency and bank account to acquire the best of the best and pay them a solid salary, I'm very sure, because there's just no keeping up with their level of gunfight. They're just way too overpowered at this point of time. And that's insane because this is Southeast Asia. This is the home of mobile gaming, and Buriram's just outclassing everyone, just miles beyond them in terms of skill and capability. Poon God from attack all around is cheekily hiding away from Faiz. And both of these players giving their lives away to the circle. And Faiz will make a final mad dash. Revival not there in time. Unfortunate. And Axel was expecting the revival to come through. He's too broke.
He's too broke indeed, and broken as well as he is down. But Pungad, smart move to just wait it out for them to be in the open before gunning them down. Use the vehicle as well, securing it under the bridge, and then he will be using it later on once he have recovered the HP. Team Falcons, though, just taking high ground, similar to what we've seen earlier from Indo Stars, but they are now in a hide and seek against Indo Stars as well as another team who is in the middle of the pack.
Prime does not understand what his crime truly was. Why is he being punished in this way? He keeps being revived and then tortured and then eliminated from the equation. Axel's gonna lose his life this time round. Perhaps Crime can return the favor with finding a revival. He's right beside the vending machine. Moshi continues to pick up eliminations for the side of Buriram. Buriram does not stop. Buriram outside of the circle. Attack all around, on the other hand, loses their life. And as anticipated, Indo Stars, they have disappeared. They have repositioned. And Evo's Divine take their spot up against Stalwart Esports. Both of them with a high ground advantage. But unfortunately, the next circle will not favor either one of these teams.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus right now going in for the chase against Stop, and let's see who will get a favorable position later on. But we are, you did mention Expand earlier, and they're very, very inconsistent with regards to that. It really cannot adapt, cannot change and prevent them being gunned down at this point. So they have to make do with what they have, and I think with Expand out of the picture with 5 elimination, at least they have a few points adding to their name. 6 teams remaining. Onyx Olympus in the lead in terms of elimination, and they have a good position to boot.
Buriram still alive. That's one thing to note for sure. 2 players inside, 2 players outside the next safe zone. Onyx Olympus with a lot of pressure played onto Stalwart, and Stalwart just in a terrible spot, as Onyx will have a tremendous advantage up against them, being able to gatekeep, but they cannot gatekeep for too long. Circle's hunting them down as well as they try to revive away. What a UAV plane! But what can that information do for you? This is a crowded middle circle. You've got a lot of information, but you might not have enough space to play your best game. Buriram still taking a very risky late rotation. Wasana finally joins the gang, and Stalwart on their right-hand side, but Buriram does not need to worry about anyone just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram United, I would say this is a smart move from them. Move below or underneath the team who's gunning them down from above, that is Indo Stars, so they're out of their perspective, and this can pull in Stalwart Esports into an open engagement later on. But as we can see, Evo's Divine and Onyx Olympus is on the other side, who's just going in for the battle, but they need to move because the zone will be closing in, and those on a safe spot will be Team Falcons, trying not to move, not to show, but the glue wall exposes their position. But with all the chaos right now, Team Falcons might take the advantage later on.
This is a very chaotic circle, and if Buriram still walks away as the champion of this chaos, then there's just no other choice except to bow down to them. But there are still other capable squads who are able to do the exact same while looking for some recovery. Team Falcons looking for that #1 spot. By the time we're done with the day, maybe a miracle is possible from 2 solid games. Stalwart trying to break away from the bottom of the leaderboard. Onyx Olympus and Evo's Divine just wanting to make Indonesia happy by the end of the day. And this is just a stalemate until the circle forces them into a position they cannot say no to anymore. Everybody's staying away from the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite open in the middle. Only one vehicle, and it's broken down that they can use as cover. It won't do so much. They are just saving up the glue walls that they have for the final engagement. Wasana right now going in for the move onto the side, and those stars will be spotted. And that is Cold Shield together with Raz on the other side as well. And slowly but surely, Bermuda United is making their way through onto the middle, but they need to be cautious. Not so much of aggression, not so much of rush for them, and they had made it onto the side.
At a disadvantage up against stalwart Esports, Buriram tries to peel away. Evos Divine, on the other hand, with the crosshairs on Team Falcons as they try to peel away. They also have to be careful with Onyx Olympus right behind them. Evos Divine doing great at keeping their brothers away from themselves. But here comes Buriram now attacking Onyx Olympus from the back, and Team Falcons focusing on Buriram United Esports. Evos Divine calls in the monster truck to deal with a maze of glue walls, but they're way too slow. Apex inside of the monster truck, bumping into glue wall after glue wall. Team Falcons making it to the center. Buriram United Esports still alive and kicking as well through all of that chaos. Ray down on the ground. Team Falcons overwhelms them, and Onyx Olympus down in the middle. They falter one after the other. Buriram 3 players alive. Moshi staying away, but down he goes. Falcons might be able to get this. Wasana still alive. 2 players down. One more against Wasana. And it should be Buriram, and they get it. Insane stuff out of the squad. What in the world are we watching?
Even knocked down, they still managed to get that booyah. But one thing I noticed about Buriram United, especially on that final moment as the zone is closing in, they are not stopping at all, moving all the time, rotating all the time. If it's not forward, they go move back and forth, and that is why they cannot be gunned down that easily. For the other teams, they are just sitting ducks overall for Buriram United, and even an unsuspecting zone circle knocked down one player, still managed to grab the booyah.
Prepared for all instances. And Wasana with the horizon line booyah. I mean, come on. What did I say, man? Y'all should have marked my words, and I think y'all remember as well. If Buriram still managed to take away such a chaotic booyah in an impossible circle, we have to bow down to the kings of booyah themselves. 4th booyah in the day. Give me a break.
I mean, we've seen it twice already, and they did it back to back. So I won't be surprised if they are doing it again. But the way they're doing it, that is the huge surprise. Earlier, it's pretty much the same story. It's healing gain. This time, it's not really healings involved, but just self-revival that has been done, and still they grab that booyah. They know the IQ level on these players for this team is just something else. It's through the roof.
Yeah, dude. That to a lot of people, they'll be like, what kind of victory is that? You have not played Free Fire enough to understand how insane this booyah is, man. It is just a matter, and to do it so consistently, back to back to back to back, is unbelievable, right? And you just have to give it to Buriram United. There's just no one better than them at this point of time. They managed so many fights, and even after going into a straight up engagement up against who was it, Indostars or Evos Divine, I don't know, it was an Indonesian squad, but they just mowed those players down, and that Indonesian team led them into the compound of Stalwart, and Stalwart had that high ground advantage. Now, even in a circumstance like that, Buriram out in the open, what do? They just throw all those glue wall melters at Stalwart, run the opposite way. Running the opposite way made them run into Onyx Olympus, and still that did not slow them down. There was a team hunting them down right from the back. Falcons, I believe, still didn't slow them down. And the other fight, I don't know how to stop them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, probably part of the plan is really not stopping. Like, it's either you move out, you move in onto the zone, just play it so that you will not be spotted, you will not be headshot, even up close and personal. And that is one strength of Buriram United. They just know how to navigate themselves all throughout the battlefield, despite of many blue walls, despite of many enemies. They just understand how to react as well as trust their instinct and their teammates. Because the way I saw that final circle, they are just going together one after the other. It's like ducks in a run, in a walk, in a park. They're just following the leader overall, and that's what led them to the booyah.
I mean, I am in disbelief, my friend. I cannot believe these guys are this good. And but of course, I mean, who am I kidding? Of course I can believe. Like I said, from world champions to runner-up to world champions to runner-up to, well, we gotta keep in theme with the record. Back to world champions, baby, because that's exactly what we're seeing here. This is world champion quality for sure. But Expand, on the other hand, you know, they're trying to work their way there. It's just unfortunate matches, you know, in the past couple of games.
Yeah, past couple of games not really working for them, and it's quite difficult indeed, especially as they already felt the struggle from the knockout stages and still feeling the struggle right now. Expand compared to Reverse Red, who's really not doing well, it's not a comparison because Reverse Red knows how to fight, grab a lot of elimination, and keep afloat. For Team Expand, it's somewhat on and off. It's hot or cold for them, but I want to see this final circle on how they did it. I'm still confused on what made them survive.
I'm not a glass half full kind of person, but I'm gonna look at the positive side here for Expand. It's good that they're crashing and burning today on the day of Point Rush instead of Sunday, when each and every single individual game will matter. So if you give me a choice between the 3 days for Expand to just do badly, today's the day. Take it and go. Okay, just don't do it on Sunday.
Definitely. I mean, couldn't agree more. And that's like the pressure as well. Only one day, and that's how we introduced this week. Only one day of grand finals, one day of really everything on the line, and just the Point Rush day number 1 and day number 2 is just to give a little bit of that advantage for the team. And they're taking it overall, especially Buriram United.
And of course, you know, you may be all the way in Ho Chi Minh City, baby. You may be enjoying all of the good food Vietnam has to offer, but you cannot forget to do your homework as well, because 2 days of free information. But of course, we want to get more information how to Buriram United Esports, especially how they got this booyah. So back to Yun Sul, you guys go.
Chào mừng mọi người đã quay trở lại phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Và vâng ạ, lại một lần nữa, các chiến binh đã lên một nữa lên tiếng, chính là Buriram Wasana. Một lần không biết là bạn có thể chào các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience, please?
ทักทายคนดูอีกครั้งค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ Xin chào.
Xin chào, ok, really clearly, một tiếng nghe rất là rõ. Chúng ta đẩy nhanh vào trong trận đấu luôn, thì vào cái pha giao tranh cuối thực sự rất là hỗn loạn, thì mình vẫn thực sự chưa hiểu lắm về chuyện gì đã xảy ra. Không biết là Wasana có thể giải thích cho mình nghe, cũng như là các bạn khán giả cũng có chung ý nghĩ với mình không ạ? At the end of the game, it was really chaotic. So I would like to ask Wasana to explain that situation again for me and my viewer as well, please.
ในวงสุดท้ายช็อตสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้ค่อนข้างแบบมั่วซั่วมากเลยแบบอธิบายให้ฟังหน่อยค่ะว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้น
ก็เมื่อกี้ก็พี่ผมแลกเข็มชุดให้ทีนี้ก็แชมป์ครับแค่นั้นใช่พี่แฮกแลกเข็มให้
so Mochi drop him the self revive things yeah so that's why they become winner that's it
Normally who would also, because Mochi is a support, right? I get it, okay. Bởi vì Mochi là người chơi dưới vị trí hỗ trợ trong đội, nên là trước khi xảy ra cái cuộc giao tranh này, Mochi đã là người đưa kit hồi sinh cho Wasana, và rất là nhanh trí. Wasana đã sử dụng nó rất là nhanh tay ở trong cái ván combat vừa rồi, và đó là lý do tại sao họ đã lấy được chiến thắng. bạn nghĩ rằng là cái pha booyah cuối cùng ở trong trận đấu thứ 6 Buriram sẽ giành lấy luôn được hay không? Hay là nó không thể? So you think that at the sixth match, will you guys achieve that booyah as well or no?
คิดว่าเกมสุดท้ายเราจะได้บูย่าไหมคะ
จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับเราจะเอามาให้ได้
I will do my best and I will take it.
Họ sẽ cố gắng làm hết mức có thể và tất nhiên là họ cũng sẽ giành lấy nó luôn. Bây giờ thì họ đã giành lấy quá nhiều booyah rồi, cũng như là ở trong vài trận đấu trước ở vòng bảng thì tất nhiên là một ngày họ giành lấy 5 chiếc booyah cũng là chuyện rất là bình thường. Không biết là cảm giác hiện tại của Vasana như thế nào khi chúng ta tưởng chừng như là đang đứng trên đỉnh đầu thế giới nhỉ? How does it feel like to stand on top of the world right now?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ตอนนี้เราเหมือนเป็นแบบอันดับท็อปของโลก
ก็พวกผมเล่นโหดครับแค่นั้นเอง
Just because we are too strong.
Bởi vì chúng tôi quá mạnh, cho nên đó là lý do tại sao chúng tôi có được cái vị trí hiện tại như ngày hôm nay. Very confident, very confident. I like it actually. Một lần nữa thì xin chúc mừng Wasana cũng như là toàn bộ tập thể Bermuda United Esports. Các bạn đã có một ngày thi đấu rất là phong độ cũng như là một cái khởi đầu vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Chúng ta cũng chỉ còn một trận đấu nữa thôi, nên là các bạn hãy cùng chúng mình ủng hộ cho các đội tuyển đang thi đấu hiện tại bây giờ nhé. Thank you so much for the interview. Now, let's head back to the caster and moving on to our final battle.
Just honesty coming from Wasana right there. They're just too strong, and they've shown it, not just from knockout stage, even right now, they are showing it, and won't be surprised if that is the same case for the grand finals.
I mean, I was very distracted through the interview because I could only think of the bromance between Moshi and Wasana. Like, bro, you take the horizon line and survive. And Wasana actually did it. Like, the foresight to think that, okay, I need to drop this to Wasana because Wasana's probably running Joseph again, nutty movement. He's probably going to be the most capable player in such a tight circle because Moshi is fantastic. He's a survivor, but in a maze of glue walls like that, the specialist is Wasana, right? So that's just forward thinking. And this is what I mean. The playbook of Buriram United is just so thin because they don't plan for such impossible events that you just cannot plan for. You have to react in that microsecond, and that's exactly what has kept this team at the top of Free Fire Esports all this while. But they're gonna give their MVP to Funa this time so that he can catch up with Wasana. 3 eliminations with the A124. 4 headshots, 4 knockdowns, average damage of 2,446. Your MVP of the game.
I'm Bermuda United is something else, and couldn't agree more what you said. I mean, they're just autonomous. They know on the fly, in a snap, what to do in certain situation, and even that's just proof. That game itself is proof on how well they can make split-second decision because no one else has done that. No one else is showing that much of high level of performance. But then again, like looking at all those numbers, looking at all those stats, as well as the characters that they're using at this point, it does add up. Why not put it to someone who's not disabled, who can move around, and that is Wasana at that point. So that is just pristine, I would say.
I mean, beautiful stuff. He knew he could count on Wasana. Wasana's the demolisher of the squad. Wasana brings in Joseph and the nutty movement. Wasana has the Awaken Andrew. Wasana has Nairi. Obviously, Wasana's got to get it, right? And on top of that, Wasana brings in the Dreki as well. Final circle, everybody's going to be patching themselves up. Wasana's going to get that information. It's just big brain play. This is something obviously that they would have encountered in many a times in the matches before where they could have made a mistake in the past, but this time there was just no skipping a beat at all for the side of Buriram, Moshi, Wasana, or the squad. It's just free fire beauty at its highest level here. 4 booyahs on the most important week as we open it up on Friday. You just gotta love them.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a lot of fans out there loving how they're performing. A lot of players out there are hating how they're performing because they're just doing so well. And it's point rush. I mean, we discussed the pros and cons overall of what teams might get and not get in point rush, but Buildup United, they don't mind, they don't care, they're just focused on the goal. That is a booyah. But for eliminations, on fire, really was on fire, followed by let's skip over Kiva for now, but I'm looking on one more. That's total of 13 already. But going back to Kiva, 6th elimination, Onyx Olympus not yet done with their chaos of getting all those heads.
I mean, at the end of the day, they are obviously looking for the points, and Team Falcons are claiming those points, perhaps not with the booyahs because, you know, one team seems to be hogging all of them. Falcons are looking for the eliminations, and 50 eliminations strong right now from 5 games. They are in a good position. Overall, they should have been able to climb the leaderboard quite a little bit as well. We'll catch up with that sort of a stat in a bit. Whilst we look at the key players here, 5 glue walls destroyed for Gardu Wasana with the 24 glue walls used. Once again, one of the best defensive players out there as he gets very aggressive up close and personal with his opponents. But Crime MKS, we saw him revive 2 times, but there's a total of 4 that he got dragged back in and continuously slotted.
Yeah, I mean, the inconsistency, unpredictability of their performance, at least there, it is predictable that he will be on that key player for the revive. But Frogon, well, this weapon alone has brought in a lot of damage. AoE as well as up close and personal, 12 elimination, plus a Woodpecker with 10, as well as the Bison with 8. But looking at all these numbers, it's not that high. It's pretty much a lot. There's a variety of weapon that has been used overall that makes it even exciting in the upcoming matches.
Well, speaking of Falcons, they swoop away the #1 spot. 18 eliminations heavy for a total of 27 points. Yeah, they're definitely climbing up that leaderboard after this one. Onyx Olympus, they step it up instead of Indostars this time around in the top 3. 23 points through 15 eliminations as well as 8 placement points. And the Booyah winners, just a little soft on the elimination approach this time around. Something that's rare for Buriram, but they were looking for those back-to-back-to-back Booyahs. So I totally understand the safe place here. Either way, it does accumulate in terms of points for the end of the day points.
Yeah, I mean, I also understand why that didn't happen because the chaos that they had in final circle didn't give them so much chance of eliminating everyone else compared to the other matches wherein, yes, they waited out mid-game, a 0 elimination, then they are getting them one at a time. Even their position at that point, they're stuck in like one compound out of a stack of so many compounds, and then in the middle is an open ground where Falcons just waiting for them. Not surprised that Falcons grab a few more even in that final circle.
And Buriram United just outshining everyone. 36 points ahead of Team Falcons, who've made a mad dash to the top. Indostars in third with a total of 76 points. Obviously, will be able to climb over Falcons if they can bring in some sort of a solid consistency into the final game that they have been able to show throughout the day. And Indonesia overall just performing so much better than teams like Stalwart Attack All Around and Reverse Red, which is already a huge win.
Yeah, definitely a huge win for them. And again, as much hope that I put in here, the momentum will be carried over not only for day 2 of Point Rush, but also on to grand finals. But Buriram United, that would be, well, cannot repeat it enough. They are the threat overall for everyone trying to climb up to that #1 spot.
Yeah, bro, because they keep skipping over everyone else and snatching away the Booyah, and there's just no disabling them no matter what the teams try to do, right? And the circles are chaotic. The circles are absolutely unpredictable. The previous game, I said we needed to bow down to them if they got the Booyah, and then they just went ahead and did it all over again when it wasn't even supposed to be possible. In fact, Wasana got knocked. The Horizon line save. I mean, it's just one of those, you know, golden buzzer moments in the world of Free Fire, and we just got to witness that yet again. But of course, another point on whether or not Buriram will continue to dominate. Let's look at the randomizer and see where we go for the final game.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if randomizer still favors Alpine at this point, or would it be something else? But regardless, we mentioned that overall, Bermuda United always tops it up, and we are brought in Kalahari once again. Well, let's see how the Snipers is going to work it this time, as well as the team who didn't get so much of elimination from our game number 3.
5 booyahs in a day is not an impossible mission for the team of Buriram United Esports. Right now, they are standing at a total of 115 points. We have seen them walk away with a total of 163 points on a day that they scored booyahs, 5 booyahs. But of course, that was a heavy elimination day, right? A total of 94 eliminations they managed to pick up as they pulled in that stat. Today's a little bit different, 58 eliminations. This is the slow, chilled out Buriram. Yeah, you got that right. Chilled out Buriram, and they're still close to 5 booyahs.
Still close to 5 booyahs indeed. And as we can see right now on the map, this is a stack of knockout stage plus the one that they got earlier. So total of 7 booyahs, and the elimination very close to 200. And it's very far though compared to what we've seen from Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red. But going back to Reverse Red, yes, they might not be showing this time around, but you can see on the numbers, they have what it takes to bring it on.
I believe the numbers, my friend. I mean, we assessed the numbers together for many, many weeks. I've been sitting here for a solid 6 weeks looking at these numbers. By all numbers, it shows that Reverse Red should not be at the bottom. And yet, that is where we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something else. Again,
Yes.
a lot of theory can be put in. A lot of assumptions can be put in. It's just up to what they have to offer. Point Rush or Grand Finals, they just have to give it their best. But, well, let's see. As you did mention, why not choose a time to fail than the first day of Point Rush? And then moving forward, especially on the Grand Finals, that's where you pop off.
It is all about how you get your 6 battles done on the final day. Yes, Point Rush matters as well, but the final day is where we call the final champions. Reverse Red just needs to make sure that does not happen on Sunday. And as I speak of them, they are the first ones out of the flight. Looks like they are good to go. Hopefully, they're not the first ones to go out.
Let's see. As we can see, WAG quite near to them and Stalwart Esports. So pinch, especially as they head in onto Refinery, might be happening. But speaking of Refinery, 2 teams already dropped in. Team Expand as well as RRQ, Kazu, and we've seen the aggressiveness and the fight that they have, these teams have right now. The only question is who survive and who grabs a point. And as you can see, X-Roy is moving in. Quite damaged though, but still not yet down.
And a very tight skirmish here at Refinery. Tough for X-Roy, but the M1014 in hand. A solid shotgun. And one blue wall stands between him and a couple of players from the side of RRQ. Prime! Aggressive drop. And Fies will be able to help him out. X-Roy does manage to get the drop onto Razor as well as Crime gets picked up. Great recovery from Expand. And RRQ in a very bad spot. X-Roy with an M1014, but Fies is there with the M1887. Of all guns to get the job done. And RRQ, 3 players down, 1 final survivor. Or could that be the end of the team already?
Yes, indeed, it is. That is the end of the team, brought to you by Team Expand. And that is also with the substitution that has been put in. We saw X-Roy now in Battlefield, Ken's sitting this one out. And I guess this is a good plan as well, so that they can get a few more points if he has warmed up quite good. But Buriram United right now has done so much for eliminations in the first 2 minutes of the game. Not too bad at all. All they have to do is just stick to the game plan, stay in the edge of the circle, and then follow it through and take down anyone who stops them in that approach.
Indostars out of the count as well, courtesy of Buriram. And Buriram very early with the point picking as they will continue looting up Stone Ridge. Right ahead of them stands Onyx Olympus. And I don't think Onyx wants to continue standing there if they knew that this was Buriram. But instead of just standing there, just walking straight into the den of the Lions, the apex predators, Buriram United Esports are already on the way to set up a mighty flank around Onyx Olympus. And I think Onyx thinks that they are setting up a trap. They have no idea that they are about to be eaten up.
Well, Kiba right now getting in close with that hook gun. The same goes with Gardu. Funa right now responded quickly, not even damaged that much. And here comes a 1v1 for Gardu and Funa. But Gardu managed to pull away. And Kiba is the one who gets it. Oh, that was a nade as well. And oh my goodness, Onyx Olympus is just starting it off. It's bringing down Buriram United.
Get high, could not get the save onto Moshi. Wasana holding on to his ground, but goes in for the finisher onto Gardu. And it is a perfect one with the Trogon. Backs away from those shots. Kiba coming in for that revenge gameplay, but Wasana quickly pulls up a good glue wall. Terrible one. Play against the jump over. Wasana takes Gardu out, but traded out by a good hop up by Kiba. Unfortunately for him, the glue wall was just not high enough to stop him. Jack down on the ground. Get high pressured by Gary. Bison in the hands of Gary. But the Mag 7 for Get High. Get High with the sprays, but cannot outdo the in-meta SMG. Bison headshot. Get High out. Onyx Olympus overwhelming Buriram.
Yeah, they have 4 eliminations already out of Buriram. And let's see if the final guy will be able to position himself into a good space, as everything else will be in chaos later on. Falcons right now with the first elimination, not spotting anyone surrounding them. And let's see if the rotation onto confinement will make it work for them. Reverse red right now, not quite sure what's happening. They have been in here for the past 4 going 5 minutes in the maze, and I don't think they're planning on moving unless the phase moves with them.
Don't fix what's not broken. And reverse red clearly broken in the first few games. They just try to not mess their own luck up. So they just try to play this as best as possible towards the edge of the safe zone. And I'm pretty sure recovery is not too far away for them. Speaking of recovery, Buriram makes a full team recovery. And I think we all need to bow down to them if they recover from that and still get the booyah, to call it the 5th booyah of the day. I'm just not going to put it past them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and if in case that happens again, what chaos would they survive later on? Because back to back, I mean, yeah, let's throw out the booyahs overall, but it's the way they grab that booyah that is quite awesome at this point. What would be next for Buriram United if they manage to do so? How awesome would it be this time around? Or will it just be the usual, the standard booyah that's being taken, especially as they have been slowed down because of Onyx Olympus?
Attack all around, slow approach to Refinery. Expand already here. The defenses have been set up. Attack all around at a disadvantage. They try to equal the playing field. UAV out. Expand. Takes it out of the equation after one player gets scanned. Decent defense by the Malaysian squad. Boon God joins Kororo as well as Kororo tries to pull a deep approach. Tagged up from afar. Jump God cannot find the flank on the right. Has to reposition. Fires. Being forced, and Kororo with the Trogon. 2 grenades in hand. Could be the difference maker here. And Fires does not get dropped, but X-Roy does get eliminated.
X-Roy goes down. Kalahari right now managed to survive despite of getting too close. But here comes a jump. And, well, they're not spotting the Axel because the Axel has already moved out of the way. But Boon God managed to take down Fies, who's already on the ground. And they're getting unwanted attention coming from WAG. But WAG right now not really showing themselves that easily. They want that element of surprise as they wait for attack all around to move out.
Oh, dude, Attack All Around just chased Expand out of their refinery compound. Expand just could not do anything about it except turn tails and run as quickly as their feet could carry them. And thanks for WAG, because they just arrived on time to ensure Attack All Around does not go in for that pursuit to finish the fate of Expand in this first day of play. That would be quite torturous, as Attack All Around literally is the team right behind Expand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the chase is on, not just in the battlefield, but also on the leaderboard. Evo's Divine, though. I mean, we've seen them falter. We've seen them rise up. Will this be another move up coming from this team? Because they are challenging Team Falcons, who just stepped in on the second place on the leaderboard, and they need to be cautious. One more already in high ground, spotting one of their players, but a shot onto him, and we know about the high ground. Yes, good vantage point for you, but also a good chance that you can be hit with a headshot.
Team Falcons are going to play the risk against circle number 3, just so that they can get some long shots up against Evo's Divine. I believe there is a portal go. Yes, there is one-on-one more. So they are taking advantage of the fact that they can very quickly reposition, as well as the fact that this circle just does not hurt as much as the fourth one. So long way rotation round. And this is a good play coming through for Team Falcons, because they did not waste that portal go and put themselves at risk straight up against Evo's Divine, instead choosing to tank the blue as they pull a longer rotation around Council Hall.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine, just spotting them, finding out where they will be rotating so that they will be prepared. But I don't think anyone from Evo's Divine will be rushing in against them. Stalwart Esports, though, is already in the shrine and still releasing a UAV for information if in case anyone is just on their edge. But I guess they've seen a few as well. But speaking of seeing, we have Onyx Olympus spotting and seeing WAG. And I don't think Onyx Olympus is done just yet, especially with engagement that they won earlier. And I guess they're still on fire, but they need to be cautious, especially with the levels that we have in Refinery.
R1 scans out 4 players. So information for Onyx Olympus. They know that they have got heavy company and they just do not want to engage. The decision made thus far. Falcons dealing with the damage off the blue. On fire still can bring in the portal go to make a difference here for themselves. For a quick reposition, but they choose not to. Just still moving on foot, Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I love the timing that On Fire did. The moment that the other teams stepped into Portal Go, head over to their side, that's when he stepped out of covers as well as a try to shoot them down. But it's not for to really take them out, but more on to push them away. But for reverse red right now, let's see if they can survive right now. 2 on the ground. Poon God will be shut down and Exposé will be picked up. But here comes the rest of attack all around. Limit with a shotgun. Only Saming remains.
Yeah, Saming running for his life. There's a vending machine right outside. Saming, though, unfortunately broke. This is the part where you wish your friends were alive so you could lend some money from them. But your task now to pull that revival. Jump God on the hunt. Saming broke. Just a sniper to play around with, and Jump God with a shotgun finds the first connection. Not as spicy. Hook gun finds the reposition just slightly for Saming. But he's all caught out. Manages to trade bullets with Jump God. Ooh. And Saming still with the knock, but unfortunately backup arrived at the right time. Kororo with the pickup. And reverse red out early once again.
Yeah, I mean, I have a song for Saming. Saming over the rainbow. But the thing is, reverse
I'm
red.
Kill you, nephew. Now I was drinking water and I almost spat it all across my table.
It might have spread if I sang it.
Yes, it would have. It would have. PE Sports holding on to the fort here as they meet Team Falcon. Solid defensive spot. Coscu backing away alongside one more. Nero on the left-hand side flank with the Trogon. But LBT down on the ground already, forcing Nero to drop back. Don't cry. Somebody needs to save LBT. And Team Falcon's not even attacking them just yet. Nero just second-guessing himself. But a lot of opener here for Team Falcons to take advantage. And Coscu, everybody squeezed inside the house. Nero's just trying to get the damage done with the RGS 50!
Oh!
And it tags up one more. Coscu in the corner as well. Don't cry, can't find the connection just yet, but Team Falcons in hot soup.
Hot soup indeed, and this is what will happen to Team Falcons despite of them trying to survive, trying to manage all their resources, and they are just going down by the hands of PE Sports. 7th place and not so much to give in terms of elimination, but it is what it is right now. Final match of the day, and we are down to 6. 3 has been spotted by the Arvin, and even Evo Divine has been eliminated, so 5 teams to go, and Bermuda United 9 elimination on their hand, quite far from next phase, which I would say would be the safest spot for Bermuda United because we know how they make this work.
Yeah, at this point of time, Buildup United Esports is just the final boss that you got to take down in order to be the champions of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024. But unfortunately for you, these boys just do not look like they want to lose this season. LBT down on the ground, ice grenades, double on the count. LBT's got no time to secure that top up of HP as Cypher flies on down to take the drop on him. Dew on the ground, bleeding out. And backup just cannot arrive in time for Stalwart Esports. PE Sports still keeping them very much busy. But don't cry. His jig is up. Narrow there for the backup out of nowhere. And that just puts a stop chasing his partner.
Yeah, let's see if Nero will be able to go in for the battle. Going in the rooftop right now, but Cypher spotted him. No nades being thrown because it has been used up, most of them, from that early engagement. So what they will be doing right now is backing off and trying to loot a little bit more because more of the teams are waiting for them. And it is Team Expand right now. Vice on the rooftop and the rest on the ground as they go in for the rush. Taking down Nero as well as Stop in the same place. And that was just so much to handle for 2 players coming from different teams.
Yeah, unfortunate for PE Sports. Nero really tried, but he was just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place just happened to be Expand 4-man strong. And now Stalwart Esports right in front of them, but the numbers just not enough to snuff out Expand just yet. Buriram looking for their 5th booyah of the day and attack all around, trying to put a hard stop to that. Funa with a sliver of health backs away. Moshi on the backup buys him a little bit of time, and in the meantime, Buriram out of that hot soup instantaneously.
Yeah, Expand right now the only team out of 3 that is a full squad, but I don't think it is so much of a threat against teams like Stalwart Esports and Bermuda United. This is a chance for Team Expand to really prove themselves right now. Barros on a battle on a 1v4 and Moshi bold enough to go in for the rush, and Funa on the backup on the other side. The Axel goes in and take down against Moshi. It is now 1 remaining. It is Funa, nowhere to go, only waters to cross, and we have a Team Expand going in for the secure of this last booyah of the day.
Malaysia with a booyah on the most expensive week for them to make mistakes on. This is the kind of rhythm Malaysia wants to kick it into before Sunday. It's a fantastic start. They were in the bottom 3, and this game should give them just enough to really hop on in somewhere around the top 5 if they are lucky enough. The only thing that's between them and the top 5 is teams like EVOS Divine and PE Sports picking up too many points to sustain their spots.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a lot of points has been taken already, and it's a good chance really for those who are willing to risk it all and make those adjustments right now. I don't think the revives has been well, the revives is just a signal that they will be coming back a little bit stronger. And with Booyah right now taken by Team Expand, even against Buriram United, they are in it to win it. But for how long will they be able to carry it over for tomorrow's Point Rush?
Reverse Red, though, dude, they have had a tough day. No points at all from today's day of play. Unfortunately for them, they falter. Surprisingly enough, Attack All Around was a team that struggled throughout the day as well to climb the overall leaderboard, and they were just nowhere close to dragging in that Booyah for themselves with that performance, and countering Buriram way too early before getting into that final circle. This brought a quick end to their run, but this was a decent game for them in the grand scheme of the day.
Yeah, a decent day indeed. And well, again, I mean, a lot of excitement has been shown already, and this is quite exciting as well, especially for a team coming from Malaysia, the only representative of the region by far. And I love that Team Expand is showing up. Hopefully it carries over. They get away from the hot and cold feel that they have on the battlefield. Just go in pure fire and pure aggression with tactics as well, and they might be able to grab more on the grand final day.
Yeah, this is a great effort made by the Expand squad, finally managing to find a little bit of a breakthrough here. But can they make that miracle jump from the 10th spot into the top 5 is still our biggest question. Once again, teams like EVOS Divine and PE Sports, obviously they picked up points in this game as well, but how many points? That's going to be our biggest question until we can take a peek at the leaderboard for this matchup, and probably the overall matchup as overall day's leaderboard as well, for us to finally bring that into determination. But the highlights of the game shows that this was not a easy start for Expand as they encountered RRQ.
Yeah, and well, we are seeing the excitement, especially with the initial battle on that against RRQ. And this is where Buriram United slowly get in onto that rough start. And even towards the end, though they have a full squad in a bad position, they still went down. Probably just too tired, grabbing 4 Booyahs back to back. And that is just something that they need to, how would say, brush off right now, because they did so well.
But dude, from almost getting wiped out in the first circle itself, all the way down to that final circle to still be able to survive and play for the Booyah, I have nothing but respect for Buriram United, because they just make these impossible plays and they make them look like it's so easy to do. And I can tell you, I've played my fair share of Free Fire. It is not easy to do at all. It's very difficult to master the game the way Buriram has. But good on them, man, from almost getting wiped out to almost winning the match. You know, one of the few teams that can keep doing that again and again and again. But as far as Expand is concerned, they need something like this to happen on the final day of play. As we bring things to a close for first day of Point Rush, where the head start points are accumulated, it also shows us how Sunday could potentially end.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it is getting close to that day. A lot of potentials being shown right now, and some teams trying to break that pattern. And I'm talking about Reverse Red, because like at some point this day might be a preview, or should have been a preview of what's up for the grand finals. But like, imagine Reverse Red, even Attack All Around not doing so well in the battle, even Stalwart Esports, it's breaking off the trend that we've seen from the knockout stage. And it's just throwing off some of those analysts as well as the coaches from the other team. So hope they don't falter, hope they go back and just review most of the tactics that has been put into play, or play it like Buriram United, play it by ear.
I highly doubt Reverse Red is having, you know, issues with their strats. I think this one is a huge hoax, but of course, we'll find out for them tomorrow. For now, the interview with Expand.
Chào mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Expand Extroy. Không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến với các bạn khán giả được không ạ? Can you say hello to the audience please?
Kau boleh cakap hai dekat audience tak? Kenalkan diri.
Hi, my name is Esroy. I'm Rashid from Espan. Hi.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Extroy đến từ đội tuyển Expand Malaysia. Đầu tiên thì mình xin chúc mừng Expand đã giành lấy được chiếc Booyah ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng ngày hôm nay. Không biết là bạn có cảm giác như thế nào ạ? Và cũng như là bạn đã có một khoảng thời gian vui vẻ ở Việt Nam hay không? For first, congratulations on having your first Booyah. Then how do you feel right now? And also, do you have a great time in our country?
Mula-mula dia cakap kat tahniah sebab dapat Booyah. So, apakah perasaan Exroy sekarang dan apa yang Exroy anggap untuk negeri Vietnam ni?
Saya berasa sangat gembira dan bersyukur kerana mendapatkan Booyah. Dan perasaan berada di negara Vietnam ni sangat, dia sama seperti Malaysia dan makanan dia tu berkuah yang menyebabkan saya suka di Vietnam. Makanan yang menyelerakan lah.
Okay. He feels very happy and also grateful that he can manage to carry his team to Booyah after he just got sub in, right? And then what he thinks about Vietnam is the Vietnam is almost similar like Malaysia. So he also like the food here and the environment here as well.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy rất là vui và tất nhiên là vô cùng biết ơn bởi vì bạn ấy có thể gọi là carry cả đồng đội của mình ở trên vai sau khi họ đã có một cái trải nghiệm khá là tồi tệ ở trong phiên bản xếp hạng ở trong game vừa rồi. Và về phần đất nước của chúng ta thì bạn rất là thích Việt Nam bởi vì bạn ấy cảm thấy rằng là văn hóa cũng như là ẩm thực rất là giống với đất nước của bạn ấy và tất nhiên là người dân ở đây cũng rất là thân thiện nữa. Chúng ta đã trải qua 6 trận đấu rất là căng thẳng rồi thì Extroy đã quen dần với cái nhịp thi đấu cực kỳ căng thẳng đến từ đội tuyển mạnh khác chưa ạ? We have been through 6 matches, really intense. So are you getting used to this beat yet?
Sebab kita dah 6 match and then dah macam biasa. So apa yang
Are you getting used to the vibes and everything?
kau macam dah 6 match kan? So kau dah biasa ke dengan environment sini, dengan perlawanan apa semua, macam dah dapat adaptasi ke tak?
Ya, saya dah adaptasi dan saya tiada macam tekanan.
Ada tekanan? Ada tekanan sikit lah?
Tak ada.
Tak ada. Oh. See, he say he's already adapt to the situation environment and he say he's got no pressure at all. Yeah.
Bạn ấy đã thích ứng được với các tình huống vừa rồi và cũng như là không hề cảm thấy có một sự áp lực nào ở đây cả. Đúng là những người mạnh mẽ nhất sẽ được quy tụ ở trong trận chung kết này. Và thật sự là chúng ta đã vừa trải qua những cái pha combat rất là mãn nhãn. Vậy thì không biết là có đội tuyển nào mà các bạn đang nhắm tới không? Is there any teams that you guys targeting in or not?
Ada tak mana-mana team yang kau nak target lepas ni? Agak-agak.
We target Buriram United.
Wow. Yeah, he say he's targeting Buriram United lah. Because
Wow.
they're getting too many Booyah at the moment.
Yes, I agree. Well, tất nhiên là họ đang nhắm đến một đội tuyển rất là mạnh ở trong trận đấu hiện tại. Bermuda Esports. So, các bạn đã có một cái chiến thuật nào đó để mà có thể lật đổ được họ không? Nếu như mà đang nhắm đến họ. Do you have any tactics or any plans to shut down them if they are that strong?
Kau ada tak taktik atau strategi nak halang dorang kalau dorang begitu kuat?
Just go their drop spot.
He say they just will go to their drop spot.
Just
Yeah.
jump right in.
Just run and just run through them and fight them there.
Wow, okay, that's really cool to hear. Với cái lối chơi của họ thì là họ cũng sẽ chỉ nhảy vào đúng khu đó và quyết định là giao tranh ngay lập tức với Buriram nếu như phải gặp. Một phong thái rất là tự tin đấy chứ. Then, vậy thì không biết là các bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là những người hâm mộ của mình ở Malaysia không ạ? So this is the end of our interview already. Do you have any words you want to say to the Vietnamese viewer and as well for Malaysian as well?
Kau ada apa-apa pesanan tak untuk fans-fans Vietnam dan fans-fans korang dekat kat Malaysia?
Untuk peminat-peminat yang dari Vietnam dan peminat di Malaysia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kerana mensokong kami berada di sini. Kami akan memperbaiki lagi untuk hari keesoknya dan menjadi yang terbaik untuk kalian semua.
So to our fans in Vietnam and Malaysia, right? We would like to thank you guys for your support all this time, and then we will improve more on our gameplay tomorrow, and we will give our best.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người vì đã luôn ủng hộ chúng mình, và tất nhiên là chúng mình sẽ còn một ngày để chạy điểm vào ngày mai nữa, và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng làm hết sức để có thể cho ra một kết quả vô cùng mãn nhãn để bước vào trận chung kết một cách hoàn hảo nhất. Vậy là phần phỏng vấn chúng mình đến đây là kết thúc rồi. Chúc các bạn ngủ ngon, và bây giờ thì xin Dương xin phép được quay về cho bạn caster.
These guys asking for trouble. They're gonna be hot dropping Buriram United Esports. Yeah, in your dreams. I don't think Expand's gonna get that creative, but I like the confidence. I love the cheekiness. I just want to see a little bit more of this, right? Because this was a bad day for Expand. In the grand scheme of things, it was and then boom, booyah. So if they can actually achieve this, if they can use this as a momentum booster for themselves, just get into rhythm a little bit more tomorrow, the final day could just determine a top 5, maybe even a top 3 spot for Malaysia if Expand plays this well.
Yeah, and that would depend as well as the talk that will happen after this day, because I did mention X-Roy jump in, subbing in against Kens in that manner, and then that's where they grab that booyah. So they had to talk about it from start to finish for that final match. If they can replicate it, probably tweak a little bit more so that it will be more favorable for them, then that might work for the grand finals. But let's go back to X-Roy of Team Expand. 3 eliminations and 1,386 on the damage. Nothing on the headshot though, but the knockdown is 4, and this is just a start of what X-Roy and Team Expand has to offer.
Yeah, he can play the position of a rusher. He can use his assault rifles to absolutely dominate the opponents from the mid to long range, and quite proficient with the woodpecker as well as the sniper of the squad sometimes. X-Roy is an all-rounder, a long-time player for the side of Expand, and it's good to see him really mature over the past couple of years. But one of the things that we have still yet to see from Team Expand is really dominating anything apart from the Malaysian scene. If they can get the job done here at Southeast Asia, at least to finish in the upper half of the overall leaderboard, it will already be a very big win for the region. X-Roy alongside Fire's Crime and Axel, they did put on quite a good show in this last game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, good show indeed. And even from the match before this, wherein you remember the chaos that happened, they managed to grab the second place. So they are just finding their groove all throughout the matches. And this is how, like, what is good for this team. Hopefully it continues. A lot of hopes has been put on for this team right now, because not only is it a good motivation for the Malaysian region, but also for the team of Expand to get into the next stages and improve even more. But going into the elimination leader, Buriram United still takes over. Not only 1, not only 2, but 3 of them is on this list. We have Puna with 5, Moshi with 4, followed by Gardu with 4, and then Wasan as well as Pungod, both of them with 4. And it continues on, not just for this day, but also for Point Rush Day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, after the next Terra game, Buriram was like, wait a minute, we picked up way too little in terms of eliminations. Let's kick it up into high gear. And the moment and that's just so insane, right? To decide something, to go out there and to be able to do exactly what you intended to do is not always possible in a lobby that has got 44 other players from 11 other teams. But of course, Buriram is just one of a kind. On fire, 2 glue walls destroyed this time around. Pungod with the highlight for the 9 headshots. Nasty performance. Coscu with 11 grenades. And he was just pounding everybody down with all of that damage. And Gardu picking up the limelight for himself a little bit as well. But not as flashy as the Trogon with the 15 eliminations.
Yeah, followed by Woodpecker with 10 elimination. Quite low though, given this is a Kalahari map. And also the M1887 with 6 elimination, pushing the Bison out of the way. I'm pretty sure that is number 4 on the weapons that we have for this map, but there's just so much potential in this engagement, especially when people are just dropping in and then using either Trogon or the M1887 just to get those headshots. But as we look in the game standings right now, Bermuda United just grab a lot more, and couldn't agree more with you. The previous match, on the elimination this time, it was just a wow. Even if they didn't get the booyah, they are still topping this rank.
Yeah, it's insane. The quality, the consistency out of Buriram. But of course, we can speak more about them whenever they get the booyah. You know there'll be a lot in the next couple of days. Expand managing to grab the booyah, plus 10 eliminations. It's a solid performance for the Malaysian squad. We just need to see consistency out of them. Perhaps this is going to be the final day's roster. You never know, maybe from the very start. Or perhaps players like X-Roy just need to be kept on the bench for a little bit just to heat up before they can be unleashed onto the battlefield. But either way, in the grand scheme of things, Expand does make that mighty leap from 10 all the way up to 5 to join teams like Indostars, Onyx, and Falcon alongside Buriram.
Yeah, so for this, Expand will be getting 4, but the 8 points will be grabbed by Buriram United Esports and Falcons. I mean, how they turn things around from a lower part, getting into second, and pushing in those stars to number 4. That is quite a feat overall. And the same goes, I would say, for Attack All Around. Right now, they are a 9th, but before the match started for game number 6, they are on 11th place. And that is just something else. A team like that, like Attack All Around, can grab and jump up 2 spots in one game is something that they can do, they have done, but they need to do more to grab more of the points in Point Rush.
And look at the difference in terms of points between Falcon and Onyx. Point Rush accumulated points will definitely make a huge difference if this is how the end of day 6 looks like, right? So Point Rush has a lot of value in the grand scheme of things, and this is the total accumulated points from day 1 of Point Rush. Buriram with the 8 points since they secure the number 1 spot, followed by Falcon with the 6 points. Onyx Olympus gets 5. Indostars with 4, Expand with 3, EWAS Divine with 2, PE as well as Stalwart alongside AAA and WAG all with 1 point each. RRQ and unfortunately Reverse Red here get nothing from the first day of Point Rush.
But at least this is they grab 1 on the placement, so they're making it work. But I'm looking forward, to be honest, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. If in case they plan to grab a booyah and they get interviewed, I want to hear them, like, what was the plan, what is happening, because there are a lot of assumptions we are throwing at them in the pit of assumptions and theories, but we want to hear from them. But for the MVP leaders, well, Wasana, as you counted, as you mentioned, still in the top, 11 MVPs and 280 on elimination, followed by Puna with 8, but still leading elimination against Stalwart Esports Do.
I mean, look at the eliminations just from the 3 players out of Buriram right here on the MVP list, right? 280, 241, 191, just mind-blowing. And you not even being able to match up to Moshi, that shows the pure strength of Buriram United Esports. Moshi and you, these are 2 players that can be held in a fantastic head-to-head as the snipers. But you can see the outclassing here by Moshi when it comes to the engagements and the points contribution to the squad. But of course, Dew outdoing him with the 1 extra MVP.
Yeah, I mean, if in case, like for Buriram United, I was just thinking, if it's just 1 or 2 players taking the MVP most of the time, that would be a huge lead that they have already. But it has been spread out for 3 players, so they're still in there overall. But AJ, it is just an exciting day number 1 of Point Rush. Really excited to see what will be happening tomorrow. Once again, I'm Neptune. This is Mustachio AJ. We'll be seeing you by tomorrow.